Mr. Whalen's here. Now we can start. Call this study session of the Lakewood City Council for Monday, January 13th to order. The first item of business, we're changing these around. Is a review of citizens advisory boards, committees, and commissions' work plans. And to start out, we'll call on Mr. Vigran and have a review of the American Lake Management District work plan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just as a little review, the Lake Management District was approved by the council in June of 2019, and we formed an advisory committee, or council formed an advisory committee under a resolution in July. We had our first meeting in November and again in December. I wanted to invite one of the members, and a couple of them actually showed up tonight, actually 3 of them, just so you had a little bit of a face on some of the folks that are on the committee. And this is Dr. Peter Marsh, and I'll let him introduce himself.
Hello. I'm a property owner on American Lake for 20 years. I'm one of the 3 public members on the advisory board. I volunteered to do this because I'm interested in the health and the beauty of the lake, and I want to keep it that way, and I think the other public members want to do it as well. But mostly tonight I'm a pretty face because Greg's got all of the information, but I'm happy to be here.
It's the best position to be in.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Peter. So as far as our work plan for 2020 and budget and schedule, I'll just go through real quickly. As far as membership, as council might recall, we have 3 private property owner members, including Dr. Marsh. We also have Mark Pfeiffer, who's here tonight, and also Richard Martinez. And as far as other members, we have Thomas Bloom, who represents Washington Military Department, which is Camp Murray, and David Klaus, who's a non-voting member. He represents JBLM. We also have Ms. Dodsworth representing the city. As far as the schedule, we plan to meet at least 4 times this year. February, May, we'll have a public meeting, probably at American Lake Park in either August or September. We'll figure out a date. And then we'll also meet in November, which will be working for the work plan for 2021. As far as the budget is based on the funding that was proposed as part of the district. As you're aware, this is a taxing district, so we're actually collecting an assessment from the property owners. And so the budget items as well as the dollar amount is based on the estimated costs that we are proposing to spend in 2020. And I think we've got about $2,200 left over in the budget from 2019, which will roll over into 2020. As far as topics that we'll cover, things that we'll cover, a number of things will be outreach related to both the folks that use the lake as well as the people that live around the lake. We plan to install some signs at the boat launches. That's probably the most significant thing, that give more information about the milfoil and how to eliminate bringing it to the lake. There's some good examples locally. Mason Lake has some good signage that will probably replicate a lot of what they did. We also plan to hire a contractor to follow up on the vegetation milfoil control that was done in 2019. They'll do a survey in the spring, and then whatever treatment is needed in the summer. Got about $20,000 set aside for that. And we'll review the committee will review the results of the treatment in the fall, and then we'll be preparing for 2021. We haven't elected a chair or a vice chair yet. We didn't have all members at the last meeting, which is what we wanted, so we'll be doing that at the February 27th meeting. And we have, I think there's 329 parcels that are taxed in the district, and we received the assessment from 325 so far out of 329, so we feel pretty good about that. And we're still waiting on JBLM's payment. They received their invoice a little later than the others, and Mr. Knight admitted it's a little hard to figure out how to pay a local agency, so they're still working on it, but he assured us that they will. So we'll entertain any questions you might have.
Questions for Mr. Vigran?
We did get the state money, yes, from Camp Murray. Yep.
Mr. Branstetter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question regarding the meeting in November, I guess, or at which meeting. It's that one of the annual roles of the committee is to make a decision as to whether to collect the assessment for the following year, or whether it will be needed. And is that something that goes in with this November meeting of looking at the budget, or is that too late or too early to actually, if you were to decide to reduce the assessment or not make an assessment?
Yeah, so that's a good question.
Some meeting ought to be a place of where that's
Sure, yeah.
looked at.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, and you're right. Well, so we're actually the ones, we being the city are the ones that are doing the assessment. So that gives us a little more leeway than if we were working with Pierce County to do the assessment for us, which they declined to do that. So the November meeting would make the most sense because we'll know what the lake looked like by the end of the growing season and have a better idea if, we're able to reduce the money or not. I know we're also paying a little bit more upfront, or the city is, and then the district ends up paying it back over time. So my guess is we probably wouldn't recommend any changes. I'm guessing in the first couple of years, but we'll see. But yeah, you're right.
I think if you could just systematize when in
Yes.
the annual year that decision is going to be made, it will create some predictability for.
Yeah, so we will be doing the work plan and budget as part of the November meeting, so that would certainly be the logical time.
Were there other questions? Mr. Payline?
I know this first year will be somewhat of a test to see if the application in June, July-ish is sufficiently effective to do it one time per summer. Is that the goal?
Yeah, and so really the idea was that this last summer was going to be kind of the big treatment, and it cost a fair amount more money. We spent upwards of $120,000, whereas there's a lot less budgeted for the future years. There was a little bit of an anomaly on, they used 3 different boats to apply this chemical. One of the boats was set up different than the other 2 at the recommendation of the manufacturer, and it turned out it didn't work as well, or at least it was less effective against the milfoil. So the manufacturer has agreed that they would come back this year now, and retreat it at no cost, depending on the results of the survey, which the contractor will do like in April, May timeframe.
I was going to say that's pretty darn reasonable, because I know in Lake Steilacoom, different herbicide, but it's a lot more expensive than 20 grand for the year that we spent.
Right. Yeah.
So I applaud your efforts. Thank you for doing it.
Anything else from council? Thank you very much. It's encouraging. Now move to a review of the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee work plan with Ms. Kraus.
For the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee is very similar to what has occurred in the past number of years. So we currently have, the way that it's set up is we have 3 representatives from the businesses that are collecting tax, and we also have 3 businesses from those who are authorized to collect the tax. So we have all 3 positions for the represented businesses are currently vacant because one has expired and has resubmitted the application. There are 2 other vacant positions. On the represented, those who are authorized to receive the tax, we have 1 that is expired and also submitted an application, and then we have 2 that are current. For the meeting schedule in July, we had the Joint Lodging Tax Advisory Committee meeting, joint meeting with the City Council in July, and that's where we present what the estimates are for the upcoming year's allocation and provide historical funding as well as the guidelines, and those guidelines have been in effect since about 2015. So that's for the July meeting. In September, well, actually, let me step back. In August, we'll make the applications available, and we'll ask them to submit it by mid-August. The packets will then be available the early part of September, and then in September, we have a day-long retreat where they make their presentations, and the committee makes a recommendation to the City Council. In November, those recommendations are presented to the City Council, and tentatively scheduled is for the City Council to adopt those recommendations in November. And I know I gave a little bit more information, but we do have a new council member, so I've gotten a little bit more detail on those. So that concludes my.
Yeah, for our new council members' benefit, why don't you give a short review of how the money can be used and what the process is for approval, because it's rather unique.
Okay, sure. I'm just going to pick up my notes on the, so we have 7% and 4%, so we collect about 7%, but 4% of that is going to be available for tourism and marketing, and special to the city of Lakewood is 3% is restricted for capital. So the monies that are available for the tourism and marketing can be spent on capital, but capital dollars cannot be spent on tourism and marketing. So there's a detailed application. They have to be and also for the restriction for capital, there has to be some city ownership in it. So let's say that the Historical Society wants some capital dollars. They won't be able to apply for the capital because there's no city investment in that facility or that program. So those are the biggest restrictions, but yes? Oh, and the oh, hold on, I have it.
That's an important thing to know, right off the top.
So right off the top, so the McGavick Center is $101,850, and that comes right off the top of capital. So when we present the amount of dollars that are available for allocation to the City Council, we just take that right off the top. And the amount for the McGavick Center,
Equitable.
the McGavick Center, it's a 20-year loan, and, oh darn it, I did not make a copy of that one. There's probably about 12 years, right? 2007? I think it's 2000.
No, I think
No.
we're over half, aren't we?
Yeah.
I think there are 7 years after this year.
7 years. I think we're 13 years in, 7 left.
It will be paid through 2027.
Yeah, okay.
So that's the city's commitment. And we get a number of days, I can't remember if it's like 12 days, 18 days, that generates about, I think it's like $1,500 or so that we get for rental. Yeah.
It's,
And so that money then goes back into the Public Art Fund.
and that's by council designation, it's not a part of the program. The other thing that's kind of unusual about this is it's a self-imposed tax in that the lodging facilities had to authorize it to begin with. Under state law, which changes as lobbyists push back and forth on the restrictions, the Lodging Tax Committee recommends individual items of expenditure. The council can vote that up or down but on each individual one, but cannot change them. And we cannot add anything to their recommendations. It used to be different, but it's been constant for about four
Since
years now.
2015 or so.
Yeah, so if we think one is a waste of money, for example, we could vote that down, but we couldn't use the money for something else. It just would stay in the fund.
We can't change the amount.
And you can't, the amount can't go up or down, and you can't add a program.
So the other part to that is there has to be a 45-day period for review, and that's why the retreat occurs in September. They they have to have 45 days before it goes to the city council for adoption. So if the city council would like to change an amount, it has to go back to the lodging tax committee and then go through that 45-day process again in order to get it to the council.
And this statutory, also a statutory scheme for the committee itself. Has to be equal numbers of people who are eligible to be recipients and entities, representatives who are paying the tax, hotel owners kind of folks. And the mayor.
So it's all coming back to me now because I was partial staff to the LTAC in Federal Way.
Okay.
So I'm basically familiar with how it works, but it sounded like there were some
Then
unique things.
I'm
So-
the chair by legislative fiat.
Okay.
And at the county, it would be the chair of the county council because the state statute mandates that. So we have 3 and 3 and me.
Okay. I noticed that you didn't have a choice and
Yeah. Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Mayor. So unfair question, how did we end the year on the LTAC?
Well, LTAC through September, we've met our estimate of $900,000. We've actually exceeded it. And so I think by year end, we could be at $1,050,000, which is the highest it's been
Ever.
forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's-
at times we were talking about 600,000. We moved it up to 700,000, then we got to 900,000, and it's just doing very well.
Right, the McGavick thing was actually made at a time by a council when it was basically like about 20% of the total, and now it's a smaller percent because of all the new stuff. So okay, because I have your third quarter numbers and we're at 847, so.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah. And also want to just go back to what the mayor was talking about, equal numbers and representation with the businesses that receive the tax and the businesses that use the tax. So we currently have 3 and 3, but we could go down to 2 and 2. We just have to keep equal numbers, or we could even go higher. So that's all I have.
Right, any questions from council? Right. Well, yeah, thank you very much. We now move to a review of the Public Safety Advisory Committee work plan with Chief Zarro. Not here. Cool. Give him a tardy to start out with. Then we'll go to Courtney Burnell with a review of the Landmarks and Heritage Advisory Board work plan.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. I am happy to present the 2020 work plan for the Landmarks and Heritage Advisory Board. On the first half of the prepared work plan, you'll see our accomplishments, and they also feed into the second page. Some significant accomplishments was that we were awarded the CLG grant, and we met all of our timelines and deadlines for that grant to complete the reconnaissance level survey of the Oak Park neighborhood. Also, in November, we found out that we were awarded the 2020 Pierce County Historic Preservation Grant to go towards the implementation of a historic street signs program. Moving to 2020, our goals include implementing that historic streets recognition program. Once that work is done, we're hoping to implement the walking tour that we discussed during our last year's update by partnering with Pretty Gritty Tours. And as always, we are looking to engage more with the Youth Council and recruit new members to the board. We currently have 2 vacancies. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Ms. Brunel? Mr. Branstetter. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Brunel, one of the 2019 accomplishments had to do with the distribution of materials to 4th grade teachers.
4th grade classrooms.
4th grade classrooms. How were those used, and is there intent to be something ongoing with respect to that? And particularly since the council is going to meet jointly with the school board and discuss joint efforts is there something you want us to encourage the school board to continue or to build upon?
Yes, to all of those questions. So first off, back when Miss LeBeau, I believe was her name, was the two superintendents ago, she and LHAB had developed a bit of a working relationship. She attended 2 of our meetings, and it was during that time that we discussed incorporating local history into the 4th grade curriculum. Specifically, that's when they teach Washington State history, and so they were incorporating a City of Lakewood segment. So it was to those classrooms that they were giving our copies of our touring map, and it just so happened that in 2019, last year, when we went to print copies of our touring map, there was an error at the printer, and so we ended up receiving double, which was a great bonus. So we were able to both provide 4th grade classrooms as well as keep the number that we would normally have to distribute throughout the community. Moving forward, we have not developed that relationship yet with the current superintendent. I plan to reach out once we have more copies of the map, which is one of our 2020 work plan items, is to update and print additional copies of that map in hopes that we can restart the conversation of ways to incorporate local Lakewood history into their curriculum. Some of our members were interested in joining forces with their educators to develop that even more than just including the map, but as well as continuing to distribute that.
Okay, that sounds good. I would like to see written in the work plan that to build a relationship with the school district, and in the long term, I'd like to develop it at 4th grade is one level, but looking at developing it perhaps at an elementary, middle, and high school level to be able to go and do that. And kind of, it sort of sounds like the 2019 success was grasping an opportunity and want to move from just grasping opportunities to systemically engaging with the schools on landmarks and history and a variety of things to do that. And while I do see you have the youth council on the plan, I don't know what your expectations are of what the youth council will do, other than that 50 years from now, current youth council members will remember something and be able to put it in it, make it a landmark.
What does CLG stand for?
Certified Local Government, and it's an award that's awarded through the Department of Archaeology and Historic Preservation at the state level.
Oh, okay, thank you.
A question, because I'm aware of those grants. I actually work, I'm at the tail end of the council approval at the county. They got half of what you asked for. So the plan is to do half as many, or are you looking to backfill the other thing? And what will these signs look like?
We will be backfilling to fund all 73 street signs that were in the original proposal.
Okay.
And there's 2 different designs. One is what goes on lights, signs with lights attached to them. So at your intersections, your lighted intersections. Then the others are on just your posted intersections. So for the lighted intersections, we'll continue to have our logo. They'll be brown in color. That's what designates the historic street sign element. And then the smaller versions, which will be just posted on non-lit intersections, will have just the street name.
So it'll just have the street name, or it'll have a historic street name? Because out in the county, there's some that'll say, it'll say Golden Given, and then it'll say historic, Daisy Mill Path or something. Is that what it's going to be, or?
So most of the historic street signs in Lakewood on the streets that we've identified don't have historic names, with the exception of Steilacoom Boulevard. And on Steilacoom Boulevard, we are looking to have a dual printed sign that would be Steilacoom Boulevard as well as the Washington Highway #1. Or it was also the Heath Road or the Bird Mill Road, but we'll narrow it down to one, probably #1.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Paul, just to give you a little more background on that. Yeah, when LHAB got to work on this, they came up with an extensive list of projects in the city. And this was one of them that came right to the list. And if I'm not mistaken, I thought we had a youth council member at that time, and I think he did play a role in that, Mike, as far as doing this. And yeah, they worked hard on identifying streets, and they did this all on their own. It wasn't like they had to be told to do it. They actually came in with, and I mean, you had, Stillicum was the easy one, but Hipkins, Bridgeport, all of them, I mean, they had it right down the list, and then it was simply a matter of finding the money, which Courtney was able to do. So there was some moving parts here that came together nicely. And it's going to be one of those things that actually makes the city look, I think, a little more appealing to the eye. So it'll just be a different color sign with the same name, same store?
Yes. Yep. Great.
As an aside on, I would hope that someone from the committee is aware of this, but one of my sources informed me that former President Obama's reading list for 2019 included a book on Native American history, The Heartbeat at Wounded Knee, which mentions Lakewood. So we might get some ability to tie in with that and something that they're doing. So.
Excuse me, I'm incredibly talkative. I shouldn't have had that coffee. The county grant is every year. Has the committee discussed if they're going to ask for make an ask this year?
No, we have not.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Courtney here? No? Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Blew right by him. Now move to Ms. Spear with a review of the Planning Commission work plan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. Tiffany Spear with the Community and Economic Development Department. On page 17 of your packet tonight is a summary of the 2019 work plan for the Planning Commission, and then it moves on over to page 18 for the 2020 work plan. Just a couple of highlights on page 17. First of all, the members of the Planning Commission remain the same this year. There was no turnover. We will start meeting in February, so February 5th will be the Planning Commission's first meeting. I believe you're aware of and were involved in pretty much all of the 2019 accomplishments, but you'll see those listed at the bottom of page 17. And then moving over to page 18 regarding 2020's work plan. As I mentioned, February 5th will be the first meeting, so they'll be identifying their officers for the year then. There'll be a discussion of the 2019 annual housing report, and then very soon thereafter, the next meeting, they'll begin review of the 2020 comprehensive plan docket. And then that presumably will get to you once they complete their work in May, so mid-May into June. There's also going to be a discussion of 18A cleanup. So obviously you made the vote at the end of this last year to adopt the main body and the work there that was done over a number of years, but there will be some Scrivener error corrections and then some other things that will need to be cleaned up that we will be able to bring to them in a cohesive way come May of this year about. We'll also be just providing status updates to them for the buildable lands report, which is actually not due till 2021, but work continues on that internally and at Pierce County. The other big item that will be starting up here relatively quickly will be the Lakewood Station District Subarea Plan. The Department of Commerce provided a grant for that under House Bill 1923, and so we have just identified who the consultant will be for that. It will be Burke and Associates, and then the work will begin, and we'll be providing updates to the Planning Commission throughout the year. At this point, they're scheduled to be taking their final action by the end of the year, so come 2021, that'll be making its way toward you. The other thing that'll be happening this year is the first biennial review of the downtown sub-area plan and planned action and environmental impact statement. If you'll recall, when it was adopted, there was an intention to take a look at how it was doing as a plan itself, and then some of the other incentives or transportation mitigation fees, for instance, associated with that plan come 2 years later, and so that's what 2020 will include. So should anything come from the Planning Commission forward to you, that'll be probably in the August timeframe. Jumping back to 18A, there were a couple of items that we threw into what we called the parking lot, and so these will be discussed at the Planning Commission and may or may not result in recommendations up to the council. Discussion regarding temporary transitory accommodations, non-conforming uses and structures, I believe, came from a request from council, and also design review for commercial zoning districts, separate and apart from the sub-area plans that have their own zoning and design schemes. So with that, I open it up for questions.
Questions for Ms. Spear? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Dodsworth. Here to review the Arts Commission, Community Service Advisory Board, Lakewood's Promise Advisory Board, and the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, and the Youth Council.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
I'm sure there's a common thread there somewhere.
Yes,
It's
common
you.
thread is that you save the best for last. No, we manage several of the advisory boards, and the great thing about that is there's lots of opportunity for interaction and collaboration. So I'm going to start with the Arts Commission, and that's on page 4. And this is a very active board. They work hard on our activities and events. They are reviewing things after they occur to make changes and adjustments and add new things so that they're constantly fresh and new for our community. The elements in our work plan is, it says the MLK contest and event. They participate with the partner with the Martin Luther King event, which is coming up here first part of February. And that's a little change to the format that we've had in previous years. And so following that meeting, or following that event, they'll assess sort of how that went and see if they want to return to the previous format or see if that new format works well. There was, in addition to this handout, a summary. There were some questions at our special event update regarding that event, so I wanted to give you a little bit more detail on that, and that'll be coming up the first part of February. The other thing that they'll be working on is they work on the rotating artists that are here at City Hall. They're also looking at how they might promote that with other partners, like maybe museum, Lakewood Gardens, and places like that, where we have partners where we can help our artists, local artists, show their work throughout the community. A new event that they're talking about is our Life Film Experience. We talked about that a little bit last year, and that would be a Lakewood Independent Film Experience, working with youth in the community, where they would come together and we'd have workshops and activities, and then there'd be a competition where they spent 96 hours preparing a certain type of film, and then would partner with the theaters here at the Lakewood Town Center and show that. And so that's kind of a new exciting event that you'll be hearing more about later this year. Our public art, we'll be chatting with you next week about the public art at the Colonial Plaza specifically, but they're also going to be doing a presentation in February on public art in Lakewood and how they might be able to expand that program in a variety of ways. And they'll share more about that with you. But for example, we talked about putting in, as you might see in Puyallup and Olympia, they have small platformy things where you can, plinths, thank you. For a very small amount, you can get art displayed for a year or more or less, and people can vote on it. The city can decide to purchase some, or they can just change that out. And so that's kind of exciting. Again, another way of just getting art into the community. And then also things like wrapping utility things. You've seen those in Tacoma, and it really does brighten up a corner, and they don't have much of an occurrence of vandalism. You know, we get things tagged on our utility boxes, and so looking at how that program could enhance our neighborhoods and our business district and some of our park areas. And then again, just their interaction throughout the year in with our special events, and you can see that noted throughout the schedule.
Questions regarding the Art Commission? Mr. Whalen.
Busy group. comment that it's been somewhat of a struggle over the last few years to maintain a consistent number of folks on the Arts Commission, but in the last year, they've done really well at maintaining great people, and they're energized and excited, and so I think more good things to come. It's a good group of people.
They do so much partnering in the community when someone has to step down or their term ends and they're not renewed. There's a good group of folks to encourage to apply. City Council, of course, makes those decisions, but getting those folks that can jump right in and continue the work that the council supports. Next, the next group that we'll be chatting about is the Community Services Advisory Board. That starts on, oh, I'm sorry.
If I can come back to this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Martin Luther King celebration that we have done for a decade and a half has always been something that was, in my view, exceptional, and that I was really proud of Lakewood for the way that we both honored Dr. King and used his legacy and his philosophy in our community with the vast diversity that we have. For a lot of years, it's sort of operated outside of the city, and we have more recently, and just more recently, started to invest more city staff time and resources in doing it. And I didn't really have a problem with that because I thought it was an event that really helped build community and was doing well. And for a long time while I was working at Bates Technical College, I would go to the city of Tacoma Martin Luther King events, and they contrasted greatly with ours because those were all about confrontation and conferences and advocacy and problems going forward to do this. But I see that it's now, it looks like in 2020, we're making the Arts Commission the key advisory body to put on the Martin Luther King a celebration. And you mentioned trying to make a decision as to whether to go back to a traditional format or use the formats that we have migrated to last year, partially last year and now further this year. And so I'm really wondering whether, starting from the fact that the Arts Commission was managing the arts portion of this, which had to do with some essay contests and some performance things, as to whether giving them then complete oversight over the entire event, or keeping this event as a city event and putting it inside with a more staff oversight and allowing staff to go and reach out to whoever they are to do that. Because I have to tell you that I'm really concerned about what it's turned into becoming for this year. Whereas we've moved away from Dr. King's birthday and national holiday, which and moved to say that Dr. King is more important as an element of African American history, and we're going to celebrate African American History Month and include him within that. And that seems to me to diminish the fact that his importance is as an American, okay, and of his impact upon all of our society. If you look at national holidays that we have, Washington, Lincoln, and Dr. King are the people whose birthdays are recognized within the national holiday structure. An 18th century person, a 19th century person, a 20th century person. I think that then taking it away from the traditional day and moving it and saying, we want something not just to honor Dr. King and build upon his values and things, but to move to say that we want and feel that there's a need for a city celebration of Black history. And that bothers me because we are a very diverse community, and all the other elements of the diversity in our community, where they go to have months or periods of time or periods of things of celebration, those communities themselves put it together without anywhere close to the degree of effort that we're putting into now a Black History Month celebration to be able to go and do that. It seems kind of something, a script that George Orwell would write. All elements of diversity are equal, but some are more equal than others. And because if we're not going to move into doing the same sort of robust celebration of all of the elements of our diversity, from Native Americans to Filipino Americans to Hispanics to the Asian Pacific, and to do that, we shouldn't be focusing on just one to be able to go and do that. I would be much more comfortable of not placing the entire Martin Luther King celebration on any one of our advisory committees, of talking about it maybe a little bit more, but giving some guidance to say that we want a city event and ask staff to take the lead on it and get the help in the community and reach out to it that they need to do it, but return it to something that honors Dr. King as he deserves, but uses it to build across the diversity of our community rather than focusing on a single element of it. Anyway, those are my thoughts on your question as to whether we should return to the other format, but also on whether this should really be an Arts Commission task.
Ms. Dodsworth.
I just wanted to provide some clarification, and I apologize if it was confusing for the information I gave. We are not proposing taking it and giving it to the Arts Commission. What I was saying is that the Arts Commission is one of the many community partners on that committee, and I provided the list of committee members just to show we are, and the city does provide a good amount of support, which we do whenever we partner with folks, because we have people that do that. So I was just noting that the Arts Commission has had a role in there as they have in the past, and their role is the same. Their role might change a little bit because they've always done an essay contest based on literature, which is one of the elements of the Arts Commission. But they've found that they can engage the youth more if they did something, they start working more like in poetry and multimedia and things like that. So that would change. The event itself will be almost exactly and very similar to previous events. It will be diverse. It will represent different cultures in our community. Mary Moss is on the committee. She can probably clarify that, Councilmember Moss. So the event itself will still continue to be very much in the same format and broad, diverse sharing as it has been in the past. And I think the thought process regarding why they changed it from the MLK weekend to the first weekend in February was a couple years ago we lost the date, and so that moved us around a little bit. But just the idea of trying it not on a holiday weekend when there are a lot of partners and people that can't participate and come, especially when we get the schools involved, to see how the participation and how the partnerships may change and grow or not, based on just trying it on a different day. And when we looked at the dates that were available following MLK weekend, and I say me, I meant the committee, that's what they fell on. And it really aligned with Black History Month. And so part of it was just to take a look at, again, partnering with all of our partners, who else is doing things in conjunction with MLK and Black History Month, and again, matching our equity and diversity goals in the city, and really just highlighting them so that we have a little bit of a more robust package, so that it helps promote the event that's the first. And then, oh, by the way, look at all these other things we're doing. The library's doing some things, Boys and Girls Clubs are doing some things. And so it was really just highlighting some of the work that's already happening. Those groups are already doing these things, but really just giving them another opportunity to promote in a more comprehensive manner. So I appreciate your feedback and passion towards this, and I'll be sure to share that with the group, and other members who are here or that participate, you could share that as well with the group. But the idea is that our Arts Commission will be working with that community organization, and we're not proposing to change that format at this time. It's not, again, it started as a community-based group, which I think is what you were suggesting, how that's been very valuable. And you can see it's a really diverse group representing lots of different organizations and individuals. And as we have like the Lakewood Multicultural Association, and we have our friends at the Asian Pacific Cultural Center, we have lots and lots of different partners. And maybe then our MLK event, whenever it ends up being next year, and I'll take your feedback on doing it, continuing it on that weekend, is to add to all of the different elements and activities that they're doing. And again, by the deadline that we had for the promotion of what we're doing, those were the things that we had confirmed. And so next year there may be more that just talks about how, you know, how open the city is to all of the people who live here, and that we want to celebrate all the different cultures. So I appreciate your feedback, and I'll be happy to share that.
I'd like to revisit this after we see what happens this year. You know, I thought that our event was important enough that I scheduled, you know, I mentioned earlier, I originally scheduled my vacation around it and then found out it was changed. So I delayed going on vacation so I could be here on that Saturday. No, I'm not going to be in town in this one. Because I moved I shifted it. But I'm in, you know, the buzzwords now, and people give different definitions to them: diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'm worried about the inclusion part, and that by moving it from a historic date to the first of the month, by one venue to another, and by focusing on Black history, that it might not be an immediate reaction, but intuitively you'd think that the Korean drummers and the Filipino dancers are going to be less likely to schedule themselves to participate, and their families and friends are going to be less likely to come than what had been a multicultural celebration that we'd had in the past. And that's really my concern. Lakewood is a salad bowl. Melting pot's not the right word. It's more like Hawaii. It's a salad bowl. And salads are better when they have various ingredients. And so I have that concern that it would be less inclusive by inadvertently as unintended consequences of the change. So I'd like to watch that carefully and see what happens, because I don't want to lose that. Ms. Moss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did have a brief discussion on that at one of our MLK meetings about changing it and how it was going to affect. Some was for it, some was wondering how it would affect. So I would like to see how this pan out for this year, and we can go from there. I think one of the things that comes to my mind is that's an important date. Dr. Martin Luther King is an important date. But Black History Month, we would always advertise something about it, but we never did anything during that month to show that. So somehow we got to find a way to make that all work together. And I think the Multicultural Coalition is going to play a big role in that, because we are going to bring in, our attempts are to bring in the different diversities. So it wouldn't just be focused on a particular group, but a variety, as many as wanted to participate. So I'm with the mayor as far as looking to see how it pans out for the year. Yeah.
All right. Anything else on Arts Commission? I think we're generally agreement, given your explanation, the Arts Commission is not running the show on this.
And I'll make sure that they, Sally is also on the board, and I'll make sure that she understands your concerns, just to share afterwards. We can assess and see how that goes.
Okay. And Community Services Advisory
Yes.
Board?
So let's move on to the Community Services Advisory Board. It starts on page 9. The real focus for that group this year will, of course, be preparing for the 21-22 allocation process and funding recommendations. So you can see scattered throughout the year, they'll be having conversations with City Council regarding, the strategies, your feelings about the strategies, any changes to the strategies, the funding priorities, and then the process used. We did start, we've had a pretty consistent process. It's a very robust process. It's a very well, there's a lot of thought and process and evaluation that goes into preparing the prioritized list for you. And so we want to make sure that we're working with you in advance to get your feedback on that. And then looking at how that process can go, whether we do it similarly that we've done in the past, which is kind of throwing the net out and seeing which strategies are supported, whether you want to look at prioritization in some fashion, weighting in some fashion, looking at doing RFP to really focus on one particular problem. So that'll come your way, and they'll be having that conversation with you starting in March. And then preparing, the process will start in July with going through it to give you recommendations in time for your review in October. And then this group also supports, works with community development and works on the comprehensive, the annual consolidated action plan. And so there'll be a public hearing that happens. That's a requirement for that plan, but we utilize that as another way of gathering information from the community regarding needs so that we can be thoughtful in how the allocation process and the programs that we support are supported. And then they are also working on the CDBG and the home funding strategy. So did you have anything you wanted to add to that, Dave?
Very briefly. For Ms. Farmer's edification, it is a Tacoma Lakewood Consortium. So that means that the CDBG annual plan and action plan has to not only be approved by the city of Lakewood, but also the city of Tacoma. And there is a period of time in which this takes place, which for this council begins on January 27th, when we start a kickoff meeting with the consultant. The council will have the first opportunity to talk about what kind of housing and programs it would like to see for the upcoming 5-year period. And then thereafter, it kicks back to the CSAB and to the general public and consult to move it forward. There is several timelines that are very specific. We are required to have the plan approved by both the Lakewood City Council and Tacoma City Council no later than the first week in May. We are behind this year because of changes in staff at the Tacoma level, and we're about 2 months behind. We're trying to make up that time frame, and this project's been very frustrating for me. In order to meet that deadline, CDBG funds are between $500,000 and $600,000 a year currently, maybe $600,000 this year, and home funds can vary. Home funds, frankly, are a gift from the city of Tacoma of roughly about $200,000. So that's my comments.
And for your information as well, just as a summary, the city, since incorporation, has provided 1% of the general fund towards human services. And we're not direct providers, but the city works with all of the community partners and provides about $360,000 in grants, We support about 23, we support programs, not agencies, and we fund programs that support the community in a variety of areas, from emotional support, basic needs, housing, there's 5 different ones. Food, we spend a lot of money on food, helping the food banks and those local organizations. So it's a 2-year program. You apply for a year at a time. You have to meet all of your outputs and expectations the first year in order to be considered for funding for the second year. So we are starting year 2 of a 2-year cycle. So the review process was a lot easier last year because we were just making sure that people were meeting their contractual obligations, and everybody did very well. So this will be preparing for the next round. And every 2 years, the council reviews it and looks really thoughtfully at the strategies that we support and the process that we use. And we've had very consistent over the years. I'd say off the top of my head, about 75% of the agencies have been there since the very beginning. They do good work. They have a record of support, and then there's some of the agencies that come and go with programs and services, but it's very competitive. We get, probably twice as many requests for resources than we have to allocate. So it's a very rigorous process, and the Community Services Advisory does all the work and then brings it to you with a summary of what they've done.
All right, questions? Mr. Bannister?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 thoughts about it, and this is a group that works very hard for us, does a lot of good in the community, and as such, it is a group of people we should take the utmost advantage of. First of all, with respect to the work plan, the one adjustment that I would suggest we make is currently our joint meeting for them is scheduled on the work plan is scheduled for September 28th. And then they are scheduled to hold their public hearing on housing services and community needs on October 7th. And that seems to be the wrong order to me, because we can have a much more robust discussion with them about needs and things if they hold the public hearing and gather that information from the community before our joint meeting, rather than getting input from us and then going and having a joint meeting and going with it. So I just kind of like to see the order of that reversed, just to make our meeting with them as productive as possible.
I'd like to hear Mr. Buer's input on that, because
It's tied to this.
this is a statutory scheme that comes down to us from the federal government as far as the
No,
required hearing.
at this point in time in October, you're beginning to take action on the 2021 consolidated plan. You will be let me back up. In May, you will be taking action on the 2020 action plan, as well as adopting the consolidated plan. In the fall, you start the process for taking action on the 2021 action plan, and that's why the dates have been set that way. It's worked in the past. And I would want to confirm with Mr. Gum of changing the dates changes any statutory issues for us. So I don't know at this point in time, but it's a concern.
And the public participation, if I recall correctly, has been minimal.
Yes.
The public hearing is a requirement that you bring your proposal before the public and have them testify, and generally nobody shows up. Or some providers show up and say, give me money again this year.
It's just an affirmation too of the consolidated plan, which is where the consultant, the CSAB, places a lot more energy in developing its policies.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Mayor, it seems to me that, one of the things in the past is that we have framed the public hearing, and public hearings are not always the best way to be able to do that, but we have framed the public hearing around the documents Mr. Buer mentioned. Multi-page documents that are going on. And what we really need from the public is input about the needs in Lakewood. And, you know, I agree with the public hearing has not done much to inform us in terms of shaping those documents and then those plans that go to the Fed. I think that it's more important, and the more important discussions that we will have with this committee, in particular in this year, have to do with, you know, the framing and the priorities around the allocations of our 1% for human services, you know. But also, this is going to be a year where, as evidenced by our agenda tonight, later on, of where we're going to be taking a look at, you know, how do we spend money on housing and homeless and those sorts of things. And these are our, this is our extension into the community about that. And so I think that we could frame the public hearing as saying, of looking for a broader range of input, more community-based, to be able to go and do that. And if we don't do that, in some way to be able to have this discussion with these folks. And I would also say that given the fact that this is a year when we're supposed to really be sort of looking at doing some work on housing, okay? You know, with implementing and decided to go with 1406 and something else, you know, I would kind of think that this is a committee that we want engaged in the housing discussion somewhere in their work plan, as opposed to just this is a normal nose to the grindstone year of cranking out community services recommendations.
I'll just follow up with, happy to remind council that we did a big community assessment last year because it was our year to prepare for this year. So we did quite a big community assessment and a survey and several outreach events and coffees. So we're bringing that information to you in March. So that's better than a public hearing because we went to the people and we got a good response on the survey. And so we'll be able to bring some feedback to you regarding what that, what the outcome of that was. And that could help provide some information for the conversation regarding strategies and next steps.
And I think also on the pretty short-term horizon, we're going to be asked to cooperate with other governments in Pierce County with respect to potential joint housing efforts, and we're going to have to react to that fairly nimbly. So it's going to fall on this body, not a hearing process, to come up with a decision in order to allocate funds in a timely fashion. So I'd like to keep it on track. Back to you.
Okay, we're working on the Lakewood Promise Advisory Board work program that starts on page 11. And so this is, this group has been working on how they can make sure that their work is really efficient and effective, and collaborating with Human Services and the council priorities in the CSAB. So we've been working in the last year on working with the community assessment, working with the CSAB, and then talking with our partners as to what special programs and services they're working on that we can help, again, just be more collaborative with the community, meeting those promises that we know are important for youth in our community. So you can see the youth mental health, that was a big conversation that we've had the last several years, and so the school district's working on a really active program, and so we'll be seeing how Lakewood Promise can help implement that or get their partners together to work on that, so it's more than just the school district doing it, it's more comprehensive in the community. The second element that they found, which again, you'll get more information when they share the community assessment, is that if kids don't have a stable house and home and family base, then they're not gonna be successful. And so they're looking at, you know, the workforce development is a homelessness prevention program, is if people can have education and training and jobs that pay living wages, then they can stay in the community and stay in the schools and have a healthy start. So those are some programs we're going to be learning more about in this next year. We'll also be working on our What's Up newsletter, which is our communication tool, working with all of our community nonprofits and partners, and how we can be more effective with that, working with the school district on the distribution model. And I have to say, the new administration with the school district has been really open and really collaborative, and we've seen really already in the last 3, 4, 5 months, really good partnerships, and so we're excited about that. And of course, Lakewood Promise is really working on youth and families, and that's their similar, mission as well. So we're excited about the work and seeing how that really comes together and takes away some of those silos and really looks more cooperatively with our community, so.
Okay, questions on Lakewood's Promise? Next
one is the Park and Rec Advisory Board. And so, as you can see, we have a lot of master plans, a lot of capital projects. And so the Park Board often is hosting meetings to gather information, or they're reviewing plans or master plans, or reviewing projects, as well as getting updates on the progress that we're making. And so you can see we've got a lot of that sprinkled out throughout the year. We also approve Eagle Scout projects, and kind of the cool thing about that is that we created an Eagle Scout application and process. So those kids come in, those young people come in, and they not only do they have to be thorough with their idea, but then they have to present to a body. And the Park Board's great because they provide them with great input. They're very positive, but they also give them resources like, have you looked at this? Have you thought about that? This needs to be reinforced. Have you heard about the ADA and that needs to be, so they're really good at working with those young people and providing resources to them, and typically always approve those projects. And so it's a good process for them as part of their Eagle Scout to learn about how a project gets approved and how it can be modified to be more beneficial to the community. So got lots going on next year too.
Okay. Questions regarding Parks and Rec? Mr. Branstad.
Yes, thank you, sir. Mary, I'm just trying to, and I look at the work plan, is to understand the correlation between the 6 work plan items and the topics that are scheduled for meeting dates. And 3 of the work plan items are Wards Lake Park Project, Harry Todd Park Project, Edgewater Park Project. Yet none of those items appear in the schedule of topics for the meetings. And then the meetings have some projects like Seeley Lake Project, Springbrook Park, okay, and they're not listed on the work plan. And so I'm trying to understand the relationship between the 2 parts of the document here.
So that's the great question. Under the topics, part of, besides these master plans and CIP project updates, is they have a variety of presentations throughout the year. So that's kind of where some of these miscellaneous topics are, like a public art food policy, Chambers Creek Canyon or South Sound Wildlife Area. Let me see, we do a CIP update at every meeting, and so I guess maybe I just assumed that was covering those things. So we can add to that so that you can see where those particular topics are going to be featured based on either when a project's master plan is being approved or whether we're going to be at a certain point of construction. So I can add to the topic area those work plan features so that they're more specific, so.
The other option really is if those 4 project updates that are listed in the work plan, and I guess I'm not really clear what work you want this committee to do on those projects. Okay, if it's just rolled into the CIP update, then maybe they don't even need to be listed in the work plan.
Well,
I mean, the work plan is pretty robust with a CIP update and the legacy plan update.
Right.
Anyway.
Yeah.
And those 2 become pretty all-encompassing.
That's true. They have their meetings are pretty packed. But what they do is, for instance, Edgewater, they did a public meeting a year ago, and so we've done a bunch of work on the master plan. And so typically, we host the presentation of that master plan at the park board meeting. We invite the neighbors to come in, so we can get a 2-for-1. We don't have to do another night out of the week. And that way, they loop that program. With the Wards Lake Park project, we are just finishing that master plan. And so again, they hosted one of the information gathering meetings, and so we like to have them host the finale so that the people can come back to the same meeting. So I'll add those to this. Meeting.
Okay,
That's-
just so that if it's a work plan item, that you can see where in the year it's gonna
Sure,
be
no, I
worked on.
understand. I understand the confusion, so we can fix that.
All right?
And the
Youth
final,
Council.
the final one is the Youth Council, and you can see this looks a little bit different because their school year is really their year of work, not necessarily our January through December, and they met with you in November and kind of went over all of this with you, so it should be pretty straightforward. A big focus of their year, of course, is the Youth Summit, and that's gonna be a really new and amazing event. They also help with all of the city events, the special events. And then we also utilize the Youth Council as a focus group. So a lot of the city planners, whether it's our Landmark and Heritage or Parks and Rec or Arts Commission, they do come in and they work with the Youth Council to get their feedback. And the Youth Council provides great support. They're very vocal, and it's nice to have that youth voice, which is really why you have them, so.
Questions regarding Youth Council? Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah.
I never cease to be amazed how you keep all those things straight without the common thread. Okay. City Manager, Mr. Caulfield, go over the Public Safety Advisory Committee work plan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm sorry, the chief is a little, not available this evening. Send along his regards. So you can see the PSAC work plan there for 2020. I don't know what else to say. You know, last year they focused on fireworks. That was their big issue. You know, this year they're proposing to kind of segue off of some of the work they did last year and focus on public safety issues as it relates to what's going on in some of the other departments, particularly Public Works and Parks and Recreation and things along those lines. In addition, as you know, they play a very significant role in Summerfest and helping out with that and having a presence there. So I think one of the things that they would look for, if there's anything specifically within the public safety arena that this body would like them to take on, they're certainly open and willing to do that.
Mr. Whalen.
So did the fireworks recommendation already bounce through PSAC and it's going to be on our agenda for review and discussion?
That's correct, Deputy Mayor. It's expected to come before you in the month of February, I believe what it is.
That's why it's not on the 220 work plan.
That's correct.
Anything else? Thank you much.
Okay.
So now we move to a review of city council liaisons to city advisory boards, committees, and commissions, and representation on external committees and boards. We have our list of current assignments and vacancies at page 23, 24, maybe 25 too, 25. And I would solicit interest from board members with respect to their board preferences and whether anybody is interested in changing, or if there's more than one interested, a method for fairly and adequately distributing those board positions. For example, I would say, absent a preference for anything else, that, you know, in my case, I served for a substantial period of time and enjoyed it on the Human Services Advisory Board. I have now been on Parks, which is kind of a semi-passion of mine. Norwegians don't show a lot of passion, so as passionate as you can get. But that being said, I've been there a substantial period of time and willing to cede that to someone else. Oh, I'm willing to cede that to somebody else. On the other hand, Parks, which I find very enjoyable. I also find it conflicting with my schedule a lot. And with respect to the Pierce Transit Board, which is coming up, that's actually a council voted appointment. It's not it's a little bit different because it's for a term. I prefer staying on that. I have just been, as of today, reappointed by the Pierce Transit Board as a representative to the PSRC Transportation Policy Board, which is, I think, fairly important for Pierce County, and you're required to be a member of a transit board. It's one of those leapfrog deals to be eligible for that position. So, that being said, I think I go to Ms. Farmer first, because you have no committee assignments.
Boy, I was hoping you'd say Parks. I'm actually interested in Parks, and if nobody else has designs on the Community Services Advisory Board, I'd actually wouldn't mind picking that up from Murray.
Sold. So you, Community Services Advisory Committee and Parks. It's a good place to start. So it looks like I end up picking up a hole wherever one falls. Mr. Bulkey? And Mr. Mayor?
Okay, and Mr. Mayor, I'd like to do Youth Council one more year, and just kind of see the seniors through, and then I'll probably be ready to roll off. And then I've actually, the PCRC thing I find interesting, although sometimes maddening. So I'm willing to stay on another year on that, and it works with my schedule pretty well on Thursdays. So, and then it's on my way home from work, and I'm assuming that it's going to stay the same on that. So I'm fine, me personally, just sitting tight for the time being, and then maybe next year moving on to something else.
Ms. Moss?
I would like to continue with the Promise Board, since I'm working a lot with the youth, so it's a good spot for me. So I'd like to stay there.
So you and Paul can team up on keep the kids in line.
Right.
Keep the kids in line,
Yeah.
or they can keep us in line.
Yeah.
Ms. Whalen?
I'm fine sticking with the Arts Commission unless there's a burning desire for someone to do that, and I'll stay on the Puget Sound Pierce County Regional Council, given the longevity I've had with that, so. There's continuity value to that, and if John wants to be alternate, it's helpful to have an alternate.
And I'm good for that.
Okay.
And I'll have.
Mr. Branstetter?
Well, I'm certainly good staying on the South Sound 911 board. That's an organization I've started with, and it's going through a transition, and then looking to stay with that. The Public Facilities District Board, I'm working energetically to make it to where an elected official is no longer eligible to be on that board. So I wouldn't want to give that to any one of you, having set the stage for it to go away. But the Planning Commission, I've been with them for a number of years, through the sign code, through the sub-area plan, through the revision of 18A, and that group is getting ready to start on a number of new journeys. You know, so I'm certainly willing to pass that on to someone else. In fact, given that the fact that the Public Safety Advisory Committee has put on their plate to re-energize the neighborhood associations, which is something that I think is important to do and that I have an interest in doing, I'd be willing to take on the Public Safety Advisory Committee liaison role to do that. But I can put, you know, I will stay on as a liaison to the Planning Commission, but I will put it on the table for anyone to pick up.
And I have a problem with Wednesdays, so, is there anybody else interested in Planning Commission? Yeah, Wednesday's a bad day for me.
Yeah, thank you.
So, I didn't catch the sidebar.
Wednesdays are not good for me.
Yeah.
Twice a month.
So pick up Planning Commission. Is there something you wanted? Did you have anything you were interested in dropping, Paul? I wasn't.
No, I'm
okay.
Because PCRC is only once a month. I find it hard to actually make youth council. That's 6 months.
Yeah.
Then the Planning Commission.
Mr. Simpson?
No, I better. Tempted to say, I don't know, I better be quiet. But I was tempted to say I would ghost Paul on the Planning Commission, in other words.
Not a bad thing to do.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Typically, no.
I mean, if it was once a month, I could see. Twice, no. That's getting, got only 24 hours in a day.
You find it $26.
I would, you know, if I could. I was thinking maybe the city manager could help us out there, Jason.
So. Can you hear me now?
You heard that.
So.
What do you think about if you take PCRC?
Let me talk it over with my boss. That's the.
So generally, do you have the outline, what we've been discussing there, Madam Clerk?
So if you want, and I can move to alternate on PCRC.
Let me talk it over.
At the risk of jumping in with both feet and everything else, I wouldn't mind doing PCRC in some way, shape, or form, so if that works. As an alternate or member, or, I was planning on trying attending.
Well, we have
anyway.
2 members, right? We have 2 alternates.
And an alternate, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm going to be Planning Commission twice a month. I'd be willing to go to PCRC.
So what if
And I
we
would
take it,
take his position, and Linda would be,
Linda, the alternate?
but it's contingent on what I hear from
Okay,
what I learned.
okay,
So I'll
Okay.
have an answer next week.
okay.
Fair.
That sounds good. I think we have a general outline here. Got it? Okay. And if you don't think that's good, just change it around until you think. All right, legacy plan update. Ms. Kelly Fong, waiting patiently.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. I'm joined up here by Mary Dodsworth, the Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. And we are here tonight to give an update on the Legacy Plan update. And we've been here before council on May 13th, 2019, as well as September 9th, 2019. So some of the things we've reviewed in previous meetings turn it on. Turn it on. So some of the things we've discussed at previous meetings include why the update, and we've talked about, one of the reasons is to remain timely, also to remain responsive to the community, and then finally to remain competitive for grant funding, specifically Washington State RCO grant funding, which is the Recreation and Conservation Office. So where are we? We are currently midway through phase 3, which is plan development. You can see here on the timeline, we have wrapped up our plan 1, which was environmental scan, and our phase 2, which is the needs assessment. And we're taking all of that data that we have collected throughout the community and putting that into the plan. And we do have the first 2 chapters of the draft update included as attachment C in this presentation. So we have done a number of community engagement events throughout the summer and fall. In total, we've engaged with around 937 individuals. And if you go to page 31 in your packet, it provides you the detailed list of the events that we have held. It also shows it on this slide. And you can see there's quite the diversity of engagement events. We have had focus groups, we have had open houses, we have had what we call pop-up events where we've gone out into the community to try to meet community members where they are. And these efforts are really to hear from a more diverse diverse set of stakeholders. So yes, that was from our Aging Expo, which the theme was something about boats.
Their ship had sailed, you mean?
And we also did 2 surveys in addition to that. So we did do quite a diverse set of outreach and engagements. As I mentioned earlier, we were here on September 9th, and during the September 9th update, we did provide a pretty in-depth, detailed look at those survey results. So we had our open survey and our controlled survey. I have provided the link to that presentation if you want to get in more detail. This just provides kind of a high-level look at what we looked at during that presentation. So, skipping right ahead here. Going to our other engagement events, I also provided a link to a kind of a comment sorter online where you could take a look at all of the comments that were provided across the engagement events, so including the surveys to our focus groups and our pop-up groups. And you can see that on page 36. It gives you the instructions on how you can use that and look through all of the comments that we received as part of this. On attachment C, which starts on page 13, provides a draft of, like I said, the updated legacy plan. And right there you have the preface and chapter 1, which is the introduction. And what I want to say is that this is a work in progress. And we continue to take a look at that and edit it. And we just actually did our first review with our legacy plan task force, which was part of the engagement process, was we created a task force of local stakeholders to help us go through this process and then also review our information. So at the engagement events, one of the things that we asked was we asked people how important the 2014 legacy plan goals were. And that's what you see here on this slide. It's also the table in your memo. And we asked them to rate it on a scale of 1 to 5, with 1 being not very important at all to 5 being very important. And what we found was that all of the 10 goals in the 2014 legacy plan were very important to the community. None of them ranked below a 4. We did receive some questions and comments about the organization and the readability, as well as some of the wording in the goals. And so we took that when we were taking a look at this upcoming draft. So like I said, attachment C is the draft 2020 updated goals. And what you'll see is that they are simplified and reorganized, and they also take into account some of the feedback that we heard throughout the engagement events, and I'll get into that in a little bit more detail here in a second. One of the other things we asked during the engagement events was what the community thought were the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats within our park system. And you can see some of them listed here. For example, strengths, we have potential future natural areas and parks. One of the things we heard a lot of great comments about were our park personnel. Weaknesses, you can see also some questions about resources and wayfaring signage. And then the farmer's market, there were a lot of comments on access to it and how it was hard for people who didn't work in Lakewood to access a daily farmer's market. Opportunities kind of in line with the strengths were
Mayor.
natural areas and partnerships.
Mr. Mayor, quick question. Define wayfaring signage. Is that within the parks or is that just in general?
So a little
Wayfaring.
bit of both. We got a lot of comments of, I don't know where the parks are. How come we don't have more signs directing us to parks? But we also did get some comments of saying it would be really great if we could have some trail markers in the parks.
Back in the day, remember those old wooden ones along the pathways? They weren't built very well, but you can do new things like that, like using a park bench as an activity station. Send Jim a note.
So some of the threats that were identified were increased cost due to deferred maintenance, park pressure and overuse as population grows here in the city, and then conflicts between users. One question that was asked throughout all of the engagement events was, what would you like to see added or improved to our parks or recreation system? And again, this is something we asked at every single one, so we had the most data and information on. Based off of this question, we looked for themes and we found several of them. So if you look at page 39 of the packet, it starts with the first one we found was provide more diverse park amenities, both active and passive, for all age groups. So as you can see here on this graph, there was a lot of enthusiasm for a spray park. One thing to take a note of is we did do this during the summer, outdoors, had a lot of events, so it was very hot, but we did see a lot of enthusiasm for a spray park. In addition, rounding out, you have playgrounds, and I'm looking at active ones specifically right now, dog-related. And one thing I do want to say about the dog-related, if you go look into this a little bit more into detail, it's not just, hey, I want something at the dog park. There's a lot of comments of, hey, I want more enforcement of off-leash. So keep that in mind when looking at dog-related. Other active things were basketball courts and multi-purpose turf fields. As far as the passive, we saw a lot of comments about wanting more restrooms, wanting more seating areas, benched areas, shaded areas, and more walking trails and more parking. Another thing that we heard a lot of comments on was that they wanted to see increased safety and security features at parks. So if you turn to page, I believe it's page 42, on each of these themes I've provided some just kind of some sample comments that we received during the engagement events. Again, if you want to take a full look, you can go to that website and take a look at them. But you can see a couple examples where people wanted to see more cameras, police patrols, emergency call boxes, et cetera, at the parks. Another theme that we saw, and it ties back into park amenities, was again increased availability of restrooms throughout parks. So there were a lot of comments about our regional parks, but also some about increasing them at community and neighborhood parks. Moving on to page 43.
Yeah, it should go out to bid in probably February, and what we'll do is get the Angle Lane Road done before Summerfest, and then get that started in the fall, after Summerfest, late summer, the building of the bathroom, because although some of it may happen at that point, we don't want to be in the middle of construction in that area during Summerfest, so. But for the, you're talking about the bathroom by the dog park, correct? Yeah. Well, you know, our intent will be to have that completed, but we're going to do our best to get everything built to, you know, standard properly during the period of time that we have, so. But our goal is to get it all done before Summerfest, but if we have to, based on whatever the issues are with construction, the road part has to be done, because that's gonna be a major traffic in and out and parking issue, so. Yeah, the sewer and the water, everything's there, so we're all done and ready to go there. So hopefully it won't take much time if everything goes as planned, but,
Is this,
it's a big,
is this the prefab one?
no, this would be a stick-built structure.
And
At Harry Todd, we have the concrete prefab that'll be coming in and being dropped in.
so why stick built and not prefab?
We did the calculations, and because we brought a contract modification to you, I think several months ago, we did the calculations. We could be more aesthetic to the area. We could build it so it's not, we could have more storage in there and create a structure that met the needs for that area, and then future needs as well. And we found that it wasn't more expensive.
I'm more interested in durability, and we have concrete ones, the other
Correct.
locations in
We're
the park.
concerned about durability as well,
And this is gonna
so,
be dark and
It'll-
isolated, and
yeah, it'll meet all of the needs that we have for, for vandalism reduction and all of that, so.
So turning to page 43, another thing that we heard was to maintain and improve and expand the trails and walkways. There were a lot of, again, great comments and compliments about what we had, but also the desire to see more. On page 44, the next theme was increase accessibility of programs and events throughout the city. And again, the most common event that was discussed was the farmers market and wanting to see additional and expanded times. So the night market, for example, is satisfying that. Page 45, another theme that we saw was improved traditional and web-based communications. There were a lot of people, and this kind of goes with the wayfaring signs in a way, saying, hey, we just want more access to information on what's in the parks, what amenities we can find. One thing that I know somebody had brought up was, hey, is there a way we could get a kind of a search feature where we could look up, if I'm looking for a specific amenity, for example, I want a pavilion, which parks have pavilions that I can rent out? Some sort of feature like that. And then another theme that we saw was expand existing parks and preserve natural resources and acquire new parkland, including a downtown park. There were several comments about having a downtown park. So as I mentioned, we took a look at all of these comments and feedback that we received, and we have started now looking at our draft update for the 2020 plan. And again, that is attachment C in your packet. One thing that we took a look at as the Legacy Plan Task Force was our vision and mission for the plan. And we did just some minor tweaking, and the idea was to really make it more active. So you can see here the draft 2020 plan vision is Lakewood is a healthy and vibrant community where opportunities abound. It doesn't really change the substance of what the vision was. However, it just, again, makes it a little bit more active. We did the same thing with the draft mission statement, just kind of paring down the statements and making it a little bit more active, and we came up with Lakewood provides quality parks, diverse programs, and sustainable practices that encourage engaged and livable communities. Which is great to hear. We also heard the same comment at the Legacy Plan Task Force.
Okay.
Yep. Settled.
Is that the one that was supposed to
Yes.
Yeah.
I would note for the record that now we've added a communications person to the council, so now we have 3 people that can correct staff's grammar.
I say thumbs up. Yes.
Oh, I think that's really a positive.
So you'll find the draft mission and vision in the preface of attachment C. And one thing I'll note is that the preface is really designed to give that 30,000-foot level. There's not a whole lot of detail except for kind of this is who and what we are and what we're looking to do, and very brief. As you get through the subsequent chapters, it goes into more detail and provides a little bit more explanation as to what we're trying to achieve. So I mentioned earlier that we took a look at the existing goals and strategies and sub-strategies, and we had 10 in the 2014 plan, 10 goals. We had 42 strategies and 118 sub-strategies. And what we really tried to do was pare this down and make it simpler. So what we came up with was 5 goals, 21 policies, and 59 action items. And we tried to take the essence of the 10 goals and just pare it down because there was a lot of redundancy, and just make it a little more simpler for a reader to engage with.
What's the relationship to action items in the CIP?
What's the relation? Oh. Well, the action items are varied, not just, they cover not only the park improvement elements or the infrastructure improvements that are needed to support the goals and policies, but also the action items also include programmatic things. And sometimes you get a 2 or 3 for 1. So, but the CIP typically comes out of some of the action items based on cultural relevance or meeting a need because there's a gap in the level of service, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. So that ties to it. Is that answering your question?
So that you could have items in the CIP or elements in the CIP projects that are not specifically called out in the plan as action items, but that are
Consequence
sort
of, outcome of.
reinforce
Mhm.
action items.
Connected to a specific action.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Mayor. I was looking at your 2020 plan goals, the 5 goals, and I have a question. The goal 1 is about goal 1, protect, preserve, enhance, and expand parks and facilities. When you talk about expansion or enhance, are you talking about the areas within the park that are already, for lack of a better word, expanded? Ball fields, soccer fields, dog park, etc. Or are you talking about something else? And the reason I ask the question is I use the park a lot. And there are people who will bend my ear in a rather uncivil way about how the park itself is disappearing as we expand into the park. And therefore, when you say preserve, enhance, and expand, how do you preserve and yet expand?
Well,
And that's, because I mean, there are a lot of people who like the park and what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
But my point is, I have some people out there that are, they're very clear. The park is going away and we're getting an event center.
Yeah, I've heard from folks too. So expand means a variety of things. It could mean expanding the experience that's at the park, that's already there. It could be expanding by adding a new experience that might not be there. It also could mean expanding as in growing it to where maybe like Springbrook, we started with 4 acres and now it's 6 or 7. Or it could be expanding where there's a gap in service. Say there's you'll see this level of service map and there's nothing in this particular area. So it may be providing an open space, which is expansion because you're adding it new to an area that there isn't something else. So that's your, so it kind of can mean several different things. And yeah, and so part of, and then the issue with some folks, you know, I hear from folks all the time, everybody's got their own opinion of how they believe the park should be used, or not. And the other policies in there, you know, whether we preserve the area, preservation and expansion can be hand in hand, because to preserve an area, you still have to do something to it. If you just let it rot away, then you're really not preserving it for future generations. So, sure.
How do you preserve the walking paths you have around Fort Steilacoom if you're going to expand? You seem to be saying two things at once here. They seem almost contradictory. Because I don't see how you can preserve the character of the park and yet at the same time use the word expand in the same sentence. Because if you're talking expansion, you're talking about more land. And that's where I'm getting, people are saying to me, okay, I mean, I've heard it about Lake Wahop, I heard it about the cycle event we had out there. And all I can tell people is, look, the city knows exactly what it's doing here. And I'm sure you've heard probably from the same people I hear from.
Sure.
But they have, I think their point is, how are you preserving this? They like it just the way it is. And I can't fault them for that. I mean,
Sure.
So, I mean, I'm playing the devil's advocate with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. But I am saying there's a perception out there, and I think that if you use this kind of language, somebody might look at that and say, wait a minute.
Yeah, and this is a systematic goal, not a Fort Steilacoom Park goal.
Yes, and you're
so
right, you're right.
it's at that level, not just that individual's particular
When you
path
talk
that
about
they walk on
enhance,
that day.
Springbrook and all those,
I
you're
get
right
it.
on target.
Everybody,
Spot on.
yes, I hear from those folks too. It's scary.
Mr. Mayor, I mean, I hear expansion as expansion of the footprint, right, of property that we own. I hear preservation as not keeping blackberries and Scotch broom, because I think preservation of open space is not having non-native vegetation prospering. So, I mean, I do, you know, I understand the folks, and I think, you know, we are kind of reaching our limits at Fort Steilacoom Park as to, you know, I think we are caught in a footprint there of activities, and then there's passive recreation after that. The trails are very important, and but I do think that preserving it means making sure that it's just not overrun with non-native plants, which I think the city, with the help of a lot of volunteers, has done over the years. I mean, a lot of people have been pulling Scotch broom for a long, long time out there. That's how that's.
And preservation also means preserving the history of a site. It means preserving the native species out there. So those terms can mean lots of different things based on what you're talking about, when you're talking about it, and where you're talking about it, and sometimes who you're talking to.
I just tell them to call you.
That would be great. Yeah. No,
Mr.
it's
Bradford.
okay.
Yeah, well, to build on the theme, you know, for me, preservation includes maintenance, and includes the preservation of the amenities and things that we have built and put there. And I don't necessarily see that anywhere else in it. So it falls under under that realm there. That is, you know, for any type of infrastructure in parks or infrastructure, that's got to be a consideration.
Ms. Moss.
I just was wanting to ask a question. How many acres do you have to expand the park?
Are you talking about Fort Steilacoom, or are you talking about
Steilacoom.
regular parks? Well, Fort Steilacoom in itself is about 350 acres that the city manages. And then there's probably about another 150-ish acres that Pierce College manages. And it's, right now, the lines are, you know, a little bit blurry because we're getting ready to modify that. So most people don't know when you cross a border of, you know, those two places. So we have about 350 acres to work with. The college has about 150. Could we partner and have it be 400? What, you know, I mean, it can vary. So, but the campus of all of that is about 500 acres.
How many acres are you using of your 300 and some acres?
We're using all of them. I mean, we maintain all of them. So, but you do note that from probably like the Wahop Lake parking lot to Silicon Boulevard, that's kind of the active area. Everything to the south is really the passive area, and everything that's sort of to the west is passive. So there is sort of utilizing Angle Lane as a dividing line and the Wahop Lake Road to the parking lot. That area is pretty much sort of the active area, and that's where we've kept those kind of more impacted areas, and the rest of it is really quite passive. You know, the trails, the lake, even though we've done a lot of work in those areas to develop them and expand them, there's still passive recreation going on out there. Yeah, and that's sort of been a policy, and I don't know if it was necessarily written down somewhere, but it is sort of on the master plan. It's always sort of been, this is our active area. This is where we program those kinds of activities that are gonna be more impactful. And those other areas are really the passive park areas. And you really haven't seen us do much development out there except for, you know, allow occasionally some parking on the prairie, which, you know, and/or like the cyclocross race, right? Even though we've been doing that for 15 years out there.
Usually when I
The
ask that
grass
question,
grows back.
I'm over there by the lake, and I keep telling them, well, I don't see anything that's been built.
A bench.
You know, a
to
bench, but I
rest.
mean, that's
Yeah.
the kind, I mean,
Yeah.
so it's, but I take your point.
Yes.
Back to you.
So on the, a comment on the design too of the draft 2020 legacy plan, if you go to chapter 1, it provides you with the goals, and then it also provides you policies which give you a little bit more information, and then specificity in the action items as far as, you know, preventative maintenance and elements like that, what preservation is. So it outlines that a little bit more. If you look at page 49 in the memo, like I said earlier, what we did was we took those 10 goals that were already existing, and what I've provided in this table is showing you where those overlaps are, so you can see where those were integrated into the draft 5 goals, and you can see those elements come out when you actually take a look at that. So if you look at goal 1, the protect, preserve, enhance, and expand park facilities, you can see how that has elements of the previous goals, 1s, 5, 6, and 7.
Mr. Branstetter.
Yeah, I would just say that on the slide here, that goal number 3, the way that it's worded is very hard for me to explain to anyone. And, you know, I'm making an assumption it relates to trails, but the percentage of the park's effort that is trails related, I don't know, somehow that doesn't rise to the level of being one of the 5 major goals, or connectivity of the community is to some people that sounds like a communication task, some things to do that.
Yep.
So I would suggest re-looking at the wording of that so that it's clearer what we're talking about. If we're trying to improve the walkability and non-motorized transportation connectivity or something like that, wherever that vision is leading you to, but I think that maybe suffered from an effort to create brevity.
I read it entirely differently. I read it as what we've accomplished in Springbrook, where the park has created connectivity among the neighbors, brought them out, and brought them in contact with each other. So.
And those are all elements that we were looking for within that goal. If you go to page 117, it provides a bit more detail on goal 3. And what we used was, we said connectivity means the state or extent of being connected. So it means the ability to access parks and park amenities, for community stakeholders to join together to collaboratively leverage skills and resources, for people to feel comfortable and welcome in the city's public spaces, and for the city to provide information that is accessible to all. So it is bringing the community together in a variety of ways, whether it's physical information or social capital. Looking at the goals again, and I'm still on page 113 of the packet, you can see that this is chapter 1. So again, the preface just had those 5 goals, and now we're providing a little bit more detail. And so the purpose of this slide is really just to show the details that are provided. So in the yellow box, you have that goal that was provided in the preface. In the red box, it has the policies, which provide a little bit more detail and ways in which the city is going to achieve those goals. In the green box, you have how it supports the mission and vision of the legacy plan. And then in the blue box, it has action strategies, which again gets into a higher level of detail of what the plan is aiming to do. And then in the purple magenta box, it has key performance indicators, which is something that we are still continuing to take a really good look at right now as part of the draft and the legacy plan task force. And then in the goldenrod box, it has how this particular goal aligns with the city council goals areas. And so transitioning from the goals, going back to the memo on page 51, I want to talk a little bit about level of service measurements. So there are 3 common level of service measurements that are used. One is the distribution measurement, which is currently what the 2014 legacy plan uses. And it's basically the areas or percent of the population of the city that lives within a desired designated walking time or distance of a park or trail. So ours is 3/4 miles from a park with open space and a playground facility. That's the existing one in the 2014 legacy plan. There's also the quantity per capita, which is commonly used, and this is, number of neighborhood park acres per 1,000 residents, or number of soccer fields per 1,000 residents. And then there's the quality measurement, which is what condition all of your amenities are on. It could be what safety levels they are or what satisfaction they have across the public. All of these measurements have a lot of positives. They also have a lot of potential disadvantages alone. So one of the things that we're looking to do in the legacy, or considering doing in the legacy plan update, is using a couple of these elements. So as I already mentioned, the current one is all addresses within Lakewood are within a 0.075 mile walking distance of a neighborhood park equipped with a playground facility. And for this particular level of service, community and regional parks were able to act as neighborhood parks if you were within that 0.75 mile watershed. So for example, American Lake serves as a neighborhood park. What the 2014 plan found was that there were several areas that might be in deficit of that particular level of service. So it identified potential gaps in, these are park planning areas. Number 2, which is in the north section west of Bridport Way. PPA 8, which is in the east section of Gravelly Lake. And then PPA 10, which is in the east section of section 10 east of I-5. So these were identified in the 2014 plan, again, as those potential gap areas. If you go to page 56 of the memo, it provides a list of work accomplished by the city since 2014 in those particular areas. So for example, in PPA 2 right now, we have Phillips Road and Zircon Drive trailheads, which are forthcoming, which will connect to the Chambers Creek Canyon area of Chambers Bay Regional Park. And this will provide open space access to people in PPA 2. In PPA 8, we had the non-motorized path around the lake, around Gravelly Lake, that'll allow people, again, to access open space. As well as sidewalks all around the city. So if you can see here on this graph, it's got a picture of all the sidewalks that the city has constructed prior to 2014, from 2014 to 2019, and then looking forward. In addition, on page 58, it has all of the work done in the rest of the PPAs, and that just provides you a list. There is quite a bit more that's been going on in all of those areas, but those are some of the larger ticket items. So coming back to the level of service measurement for the 2020 update, got a couple options in the memo, and the first option is the one that is recommended, and it's to adopt a distribution as well as a quantity and quality level of service measurement. So for the distribution measurement, it would be all Lakewood addresses are within a 10-minute walk of a park with open space. So this is slightly different than the 2014 because it drops the requirement for having a playground facility. And this really goes back to the goal of offering diverse amenities for a diversity of populations and age groups. For the quality and quantity measurement, we came up with something called the Park Amenity Condition Assessment, or the PACA. And attachment A provides a draft PACA assessment, and we'll take a look at that in just a second. So on the map right here, we have a new walkshed map. It takes into account the all Lakewood addresses are within a 10-minute walk of a park with open space. And you can see in the green are all of the city parks and facilities. So this includes things like the Gravelly Lake Loop, as well as the trailheads up on Phillips Road in Zircon. In addition, it also has the county and state park facilities within 10 minutes. You can see based on this walkshed, there are still potential areas that are not covered by the green or by the yellow. Specifically looking at Pack Highway, the South International District, Lake City, and then Bridgeport and Custer.
Mr. Brandstetter.
Yeah, I'm curious for the purposes of this level of service measurement, how we're defining open space, particularly in how small of a piece of grass can be considered open space.
I think we defined open space as an identified park site initially. So if the city owns it and it's a designated park site, then it was included in that inventory. Not just open space or a plot of land that wasn't developed yet that the city didn't own, correct?
Correct.
So let's take, we have one pocket park, that's Primley Park. Is that considered open space?
Sure.
Yes.
And Ponders Park would be considered open space?
It's considered a city park.
Ponders.
So, in other words, you're
It's an urban.
well, then maybe the question was, because of the way this is worded, do we have an example of a park with no open space? So, I mean, you have a park with open space, is there a park without open space?
Well, Linear Park potentially could be, if it's a trail, right? Or is that open?
That would be considered open space as well.
If it was a designated.
Yeah. So this is really just saying it's within 10-minute walk of a park.
Correct.
Okay, so, I think some folks, including myself, would need open space to be a little bit more than the open space definition that we used in the downtown area plan for an apartment complex that had to designate open space. And that providing, if we're going to use it as a level of service, I would think that there should be an acreage measure in order for something to qualify as open space. And whether that's a quarter of an acre or something like that, and a nurse to do that. Otherwise, we're just saying, come in and walk of a park. It is in open spaces, ceases to be a defining element of the level of service.
So have you considered looking at it a little more broadly as to open government-owned property? For example, the game farm, baseball field at a grade school that people can access regularly.
So this map does take into account the South Puget wildlife area, and so that is something that is considered in this particular map. One thing we have a little bit later is looking at potential joint partnerships that would increase that, including, say, elementary schools, as well as maybe other
Because people don't
public facilities.
distinguish if, you know, my kids want to be able to walk to some place that they can throw a baseball, and it's Idlewild Grade School, and there's a sidewalk that runs right in front of it, and I live 3 houses down. I have access in an underserved area.
Yep. Yeah, we're going to show you how we included those things on the map to provide that level of service citywide, and then that gives you a better idea of where those gaps are. Because people are utilizing those spaces for open space.
So we'll come back to the walk shed measurement here, just as Mary mentioned, and we're just going to move briefly to the PACA portion of it. And again, this is in attachment A, provides a little bit more information. But there'd be 2 elements of the PACA. One would be what's called the quality of amenity score, and then the second one would be the diversity of amenity score. And basically, the quality score would rank amenities found within each park based on a scale of 1 to 3, with 3 being in good or great condition, 2 being fair, and 1 being poor or failing. I've provided an example up here of basketball courts, so you can see in draft form what would cut as a good condition basketball court, and a fair condition and a poor condition. And so the idea would be that we would inventory all of the amenities found in each park, and we would create an aggregate score for each type of amenity. So for example, all of the basketball courts for the city's parks, we would be able to say, the score across the board is a 3. And I've actually provided a simplified example up here in Table L. You can see that basketball courts across Park X, Y, and Z has scored a 3. In addition to scoring the amenities across the board, it would also look at particular parks. So you would add up all of the amenities found within that park. If a park didn't have an amenity, it wouldn't count against that park in this particular measurement. So you can see here with Park Y, it's got no basketball court, and therefore it's not taken into account with the calculations. But what this does is it provides an assessment of where the parks are. So you can see that Park Y in this particular example has scored the lowest, and a large part of that is because of its score on paved paths. Which is something that you can look across the system and see that that actually scores lower than the rest of the amenities. So based on the PACA, this information is used to inform prioritizations in the future. So it's giving you a good indication of what the parks have and what condition they are in.
To help prioritize future maintenance projects or capital projects. So it helps you decide, what you need to do next.
So the other side of the PACA would be the diversity score, and what this would do is it would be a rating based on the types of amenities that are provided within parks. And so you can take a look at this. One of the things that we have in the draft version is that there would be a score based on how many of these common amenities it has. So we've provided an example of common amenities. This is still certainly something that we're looking through. But things like playgrounds, picnic shelters, restrooms, open fields, trails, benches, and barbecues. So the more amenities that a park offers, the higher it would score on that particular category. In addition to that, does the park offer something that is active, no cost and low barrier, besides walking? So for example, if a park offered a basketball court, which is not a common amenity, it would increase the score. A covered amenity as well. The reason the covered amenities is put on here is because looking at kind of year-round opportunities for active recreation is something that is increasingly important as we look at increased precipitation rates as well as increased heats during the summer. Also, low cost or no recreation programming. Is there something that goes on in that park that is more organized? One thing that this does take into account is we know that all parks are not the same. We know that regional parks are not the same as neighborhood parks. So when we're looking at diversity of amenities, for example, there is a lower bar for a neighborhood park than there would be for, say, a regional park in the diversity score for the PACA.
Mr. Simpson?
Just a off-the-wall question that crossed my mind. Are these measurements, are these plans of yours based on an increasing population in the city of Lakewood?
So the question is, are they based on increasing populations in the city of Lakewood? So
I'm just playing the devil's advocate.
Right. So I think in a way you can take a look at the first measurement, which is the quality measurement, because although it doesn't directly take into account increasing populations, it will take into account the condition that an element is in. So if this element is getting overused or more use, it would reflect on the quality score. This diversity score, again, doesn't directly take it into account, but we are looking back to one thing that we heard from our engagement and outreach efforts was looking at providing more diverse amenities as the population in Lakewood grows and changes. So one of the things you see up there are benches and seating areas, so kind of increasing that as the population continues to age, for example.
But we would consider the population growth when you're putting some of these scores together. When you look at where is there a gap in activity or where do we expect population growth, what's the condition of the park, and is the park big enough for a larger, so again, it's just we're providing information so that it can help you make decisions in the future, and then as we are making future decisions, we can have some consistency. Now, it could be that there's an area, we talked about this, so maybe the walking path, it's a gravel path, and it wouldn't be a high quality score, but the playground is in really poor shape. Well, nobody's using the path at that park, they're all using the playground because of maybe where it's located or something. So your investment in the future of that park may be better suited to replace the playground than to put in a path because, oh, we have to fix the path because it got a 1. It's really, it might be a better investment to fix the playground because of overuse. So it's just information to use to help you make future decisions.
That's a good answer, by the way. I'm sorry. Got another one, just that came to mind, and you and I were part of that, and still part of that joint
cooperative use
conversation
agreement,
with Phillip Park. And I mean, I'm not asking you to do this, but as you went through all of this, no, Mayor, I want you to do this, and I want it by tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Okay.
Was there any discussion about interfacing with the district's facilities? As for example, you use the basketball courts. That's where it popped right into my mind. We don't have a lot of basketball courts in our parks. But who does have basketball courts? The school district. Is there a way, or I'm just curious, and I'm just trying to piece things together here. Was there any discussion about that? Do we want to consider doing that? Are there some things about this that we can already utilize that's already in place, like basketball courts?
So regarding the cooperative use agreement or joint use agreement, I think we've kind of called it both things. So that was really more about formal use of their facilities when we're programming, our facilities when they're programming. However, we do have a history of that joint use when we did the Lake Louise School Park, we called it. We made an investment in their playground because there was a gap in service in that area, and we recognized that that area was being used by the neighbors as a neighborhood park. So we have that history. So currently in the cooperative use agreement, we're not really dealing with that informal access and use. However, that could be a conversation that you might have in February, I believe, when you have your joint meeting, and I think we may be talking about that agreement is, and maybe it's a separate agreement of some sort or a separate set of rules, but when we did the Lake Louise program, we did set a set of rules for that particular site, so it was really clear to the community. It was after school hours. It was during the hours in which the building was open, which I think was kind of park hours, sunrise to sunset, so that you didn't have people feeling like, oh, it's a public park, I can wander in the middle of the school day, because from a safety perspective, you couldn't do that. So those kinds of conditions can be put in, not so much in a plan, but it could be a future agreement or policy document. And you'll see here in a few seconds, I believe we're gonna cover how your level of service changes when you go just from looking at city-owned open space, parks, public spaces, and then when you can maybe add the availability of these other playgrounds and recreation areas that are already in place.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Volkey.
Thank you. Counting amenities, and number one is, I have a couple of questions. The counting amenities and the counting the other thing, has it been used? I mean, is this something that's in common usage? Because you mentioned the level of service, like acres per thousand is a common use, and I've seen that in other situations used that way. So is it used in other areas? Is it in common use? And when you count amenities, does that immediately put you in a thing where you're undervaluing open space?
That is a good question on the last one. Definitely something to consider a little bit more. What I will say about the park assessments is it's not extremely common, but there are several park systems out there that are starting to use them. And so one of them was the city of Redmond, Oregon, which has a park amenity index, which is somewhat what this is based off of. And I believe they came up with the term common amenities.
Okay.
Mr. Branstad.
I have a context question. How important is level of service in the competition for grant funds? Is that a factor that is used in scoring applications? Either the fact that an application will improve a level of service, or it's to support a location that has a high level of service?
It varies, depends on the grant program. RCO doesn't require a specific level of service, they used to in the old days, but level of service does help you describe and or sell a project. For water access projects, they definitely expect you to look at a 15-mile radius and say, where are the other types of that same kind of experience there? Like say a boat launch or access to the salt water or lake. So level of service and accessibility is important for that particular grant. A playground park, local park, they may want you to show where all the other local parks are in your community, but it's really up to you to sell. Why is that important to your community? So if we create a level of service or we create a score of some sort and we utilize it to sell, the point is to sell, why is that important to Lakewood? And if we feel like that's important to us, then that makes it important to the grant program if it meets whatever that grant criteria is. So they do give you that flexibility because, you know, what's important to Tri-Cities isn't necessarily going to be important to DuPont, which is important to Lakewood. I mean, you have to decide really what's important to our community, for our citizens, for our current and future use. So it does sometimes, but it's about selling your project, but also giving us information to make good decisions.
And in our packet, we see examples of how you would evaluate the level of service for a variety of all different sorts of amenities. So, we did get one for water access. And I mean, we have at least 5 parks where water access is the most significant, or one of the most significant amenities.
Or lack of water access in areas.
As we work through and go from draft to a final
Yeah.
plan, doing something with water access and how we would evaluate how well the particular site is providing water access, whether it's to a lake or a creek.
It could be you get extra points on your quality or your amenity score because you have a special feature there, maybe like a skateboard or a boat launch or access to water. That could give you extra points or something for everything. So we'll take a look at that.
So, shooting my self-interest in the foot, when we talk about the underserved areas, the areas of the country club and where I live on the corner of Gravelly Lake area are not underserved because they have private parks.
We're not saying,
What?
that, we haven't
So
put
when we say
private
we don't
facilities.
have the people there, yeah, I just don't think it's fair to the rest of the city, honestly, to say, well, this area doesn't have park amenities where everyone who lives inside the country club has to belong. They have swimming pool, they have tennis courts, they have trails around the golf course.
Okay,
They have a nicer park than anybody else. Pay for it, we don't have to.
Yeah.
And the same thing's true in the corner of Gravelly Lake, where I live in a 40-acre development that has 5 acres of groomed open space
okay.
and streets that are used as loop walking trails more than they are used by cars. So, and a little bit less extreme in Mr. Whalen's neighborhood where they have, common area on the lake. So we're not exactly underserved. We just
That's a good point.
are not getting tax subsidies for it.
Mhm.
That would be understood in my book.
And you're talking about in those specific gated areas, or like you said, the country club area where there's a requirement of participation, so that could be,
See, and if you
added
live
to our
inside the
area
country
service, yeah.
club geographic area, you're required to be a member, and if you're a member, you have access
you do have access to those.
to all the amenities.
Okay,
So,
okay.
and where
That's interesting.
I live, it's a gated
Yeah.
area of 40 acres with like 55 homes. We have 4.5 acres of gardens.
Yeah,
And
okay.
they're
That's
accessible to
interesting.
everybody that lives there, but by nobody who doesn't live there. Yes.
Okay,
So there are these private open spaces
Sure,
that
yeah,
are
that's
out there
interesting.
that have limited access. What made me think of it was they count as, they have cooperative parks that in New York City, I know of, there are a couple which, are a concept that we may be able to cajole, negotiate, or coerce someday across the street here, where the ground is actually owned by a private entity, but
Public can access
but
it.
the public access, but not all the time. They can close it down for a wedding, and they can do different things
We
like
sort of
that.
we considered that, the last time we did our plan with our level of service, we were kind of looking more as the bird flu, and then the walkability, and that Gravelly Lake area, because that was before we had the trail, the wide sidewalk that kind of gives you that linear thing about Lakewold Gardens, because for us, it's not, there is an open space around the Gravelly Lake, and so maybe that could be that joint use sort of thing. Didn't go over well, but it was a concept that we considered, so that's interesting. That's an interesting conversation to have and to look at our level of service to see how that might be impacted, so, okay.
So just to wrap it up on the PACA, again, it's to comprehensively and systematically track and manage life cycle needs, maintenance needs, and to help inform future park priorities based on data collected. This is, again, as Mary already mentioned, if we were looking at our parks and we see here that park-wide score is low, but maybe there is an amenity or facility right next to park-wide, then that would be a consideration when looking at this data, but it's still a way to track all of that information and what is in the park system. So some other options, use option 1's Walkshed LOS only. Option 3, use option 1's quality and diversity LOS only. And then option 4 is do not include a level of service. So as I think Mary kind of mentioned, the RCO recommends, but it doesn't require a level of service. But it has certainly become helpful in grant funding. 5, leave the existing level of service as is, so take the 2014 and put it into the 2020. And again, we took a look at the 0.75 mile buffer from city parks with playgrounds and created a new map. And then 6, consider some other option that doesn't exist that we didn't go over here. So something that's been mentioned several times across the night is looking at the level of service as well as considering joint partnerships. So something that we looked into was creating partnerships with other public or private entities to leverage existing open space and/or playground facilities that exist in Lakewood. And again, the playground facilities is contingent on the level of service. But we do know, and as we've heard tonight, that there are private amenities available. There are also a lot of public amenities available that would meet those requirements. In particular, if we're looking at our 2014 level of service, elementary schools would be something to look more into, as they have open space and they have playground facilities. And as Mary already mentioned, a good example of this is Lake Louise Elementary, which, as you can see by the sign here, serves as a park after school hours, as well as during the summer. So this is something to take a look into when we're looking at creating opportunities for unorganized recreation in the community throughout Lakewood.
One other comment, from a practical standpoint, I know it's a lot more difficult, but there's got to be a program for it somewhere. When you use the walk shed, it appears to be as the crow flies, not as Google would calculate it. For example, I doubt you could find a 0.75 mile route from some of those places in Nyanza Park over to the Springbrook Park, because you've got to get out of Nyanza Park, get down to Bridgeport, and go over. They really aren't 0.75 miles away.
Yeah, so in this particular map, you're correct. In the other ones, it is actually based on walk paths. So if you go back page 60 and 61 of the memo, you'll see that 10-minute walk shed, and that's actually calculated on roads that have sidewalks. And so you can see that that looks significantly different than the graph you're looking at here on page 34. And that's certainly something that would be looked into. So here on 34, you see that with the joint partnership, so this is now looking at all of the city parks that have open space, as well as all the state parks that have open space, and then all of the elementary schools in Lakewood. And you can see that it reduces the amount of area that is not covered by the LOS. So there are more areas in the walk shed with the elementary schools.
And it's 69 in the packet.
And it is page 69 in the packet. And again, this is one that takes into consideration actual walking paths. And this is based on a walking speed of 3.1 miles per hour.
So you can see with the
Is there an age handicap on that?
Yeah.
So that is one thing we do want to make a note of, is that walking distance and time is pretty subjective.
But the pink in there, you can see, does start filling in some of those levels of service gaps that we talked about by utilizing the elementary schools.
So we've run through 5 options here, and we're seeking some direction on the level of service options.
Put them on the screen again.
So option 1, yeah, there's a
That's the recommended one.
This is the recommended one, and this would be one that takes into account the walk shed as well as a quality and diversity measure. And the other ones are kind of variations on that theme, where it's either just the walk shed, the quality, diversity measure, not having one, or going back to the 0.75 mile existing LOS.
This is more forward-thinking because it brings more data to the analysis. We started off with a 0.75, and that was great for a while, but this is, I think, even more, I don't want to say scientific, but a little bit more complete. It can be scientific.
Mr. Branstad.
Depending on the data.
My preference would be some combination of adding the quantity and quality measurements into the level of service as is recommended here, but keeping the walkshed requirement being based on parks with playgrounds or locations with playgrounds. I guess I'm still not convinced that it makes it look like we're saying something when we say a park with open space, but if we define that every park is open space, that's really not saying something. And I think that having a playground is, for most residents, you know, the key amenity in a neighborhood park. Okay, not so much so for regional parks and things, but I think that that's something that's there that decides that this is that defines that there's a level of quality rather than just a space where the grass is cut and there's a bench. I think so that would be my thought.
I just wanted to clarify, the reason that we were recommending to remove the playground piece was when we did hear from the whole community, we heard a lot from older adults, not that interested in playgrounds. We heard from our youth council and teenagers, not that interested in playgrounds. And we heard from some people that walk regularly, that a playground isn't their thing. Now, it varies because neighborhoods change, families change. You know, you might be interested in a playground today, and in 5 years, not so interested in a playground anymore. So one of the things that we were trying to do was to honor that voice we heard, where playgrounds are important, don't get me wrong, they are great resources for neighborhood parks and for folks, but not everybody in the community is that interested. And if a playground takes a good footprint, and there's a lot that goes into building a playground, and some folks, if when you hear park, you're always thinking there's a playground there, that changes the nature of some locations that might be more natural in nature. Like, you know, where would you put a playground at the Phillips Road trailhead for Chambers Creek Park? Whereas it's going to be an amazing resource for families with kids to be able to go to an open space and enjoy nature without having a playground. So that's kind of what that playground, removing that playground, not that they're not important, but they're not necessary for every open space or opportunity in the community. We're just trying to honor that voice that we heard from all of the community outreach that we did.
I'd like to see if there's a way to describe what you just talked about. And what you talked about are two things that are similar but are similar but different. I think they're similar in a good way. They're similar in that they're active activities, trails, playgrounds. And here I'll become paternalistic. In real estate, there's a not quite facetious saying that when you're 25, the 25-year-old wants to live a place that's close to a bar, and a 40-year-old with 2 kids wants to live a place close to a good school. And it changed during life, so it depends on who's answering your survey. Looking at our demographics, we have an ever more youthful demographic. We aged, and now we're getting a surge of younger people. I think the census is going to bear that out even more. And we're primarily apartment dwellers, rental dwellers, and we don't have the space. And so I think in making a decision, it isn't a democratic vote about what's the thing that I want to do. I think in what's best for the community, we have to have either a playground or what I was able to do as a kid, and Dishme, a Parks kid, which is, let's go play in the woods. And could be turned loose on trails, and that was a big treat if you got to go highway and go over the trails. And either one of those allows youth to have a healthy activity that's not in front of a screen. Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree with both Mr. Branstetter and the mayor, Jason is absolutely right. The more data you can get, I don't have an argument with that. But I like the distinction that we not target, but we also include in that discussion the playgrounds. And I can only go from my experiences in Fort Silicon Park. You know, I go through that park 3 or 4 times a week, and that playground's busy. That playground's busy. You got kids all over the place. Like I see Boki out there playing on the toys. And they're still out there.
He likes his ship.
And is there a way that we can, I mean, the PACA ideas, I like that. Data, in my mind, is good when objectively assessed. But can we also adapt so we're including, I don't want to exclude the playgrounds, because I'll take issue with you, Mary. There are a lot of people out there with kids, and they're also part of that whole community. It's not just, you know, the youth council, and it's not just the elderly that live in Lakewood. There are a lot of people with children, and based on my empirical data, a lot of them show up at Fort Silicon Park. And they do it, I've noticed, sometimes they do it in conjunction when they bring their dogs to the dog park. I mean, they put the kids in the park and they get the dogs on the playground, and it works out well. But I think if we could sort of finesse that, that's what I would like to see, if that helps.
Mr. Mayor?
Ms. Farmer.
So I'm curious, I hear what you're saying, Councilmember Simpson, but I also know about the nature of Fort Silicon Park, and I spent a lot of time there myself, and we spent a lot of time when my daughter, when she liked to go to the playground, and now that she's almost 13, you can't get her anywhere near it. But we get in the car and drive there. So I'm not sure that, I'm having trouble connecting your comment with the 10-minute walk. So what I like about this statement is that it meets our residents wherever they are at whatever part of their journey they're at, whether they've got kids and they care about playgrounds, or whether they're older and they don't, they want something else from their park or their open space. So I like it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're looking for the Kiwanis folks to have no bake sales.
Exactly. We haven't been into it.
Yeah, we're not advocating to remove playgrounds. We're just giving credit for those areas that don't have playgrounds to show your level, to show that you're meeting a level of service in your community. Otherwise, we'd have to start adding things.
It's an obvious choice.
Yeah. Maybe we just need to we'll look at the definitions a little bit, see if we need to provide some clarification.
And also look at the PACA again, and how the PACA, that playground element might be highlighted a bit more.
Playground could include a ball field instead of what we usually a place that kids are really active thing.
Well, maybe we define playground as some sort of an active amenity as opposed to a passive amenity. It doesn't have to be a jungle gym or something like that.
Okay.
So it could be a ball field, it could be a tennis court, it could be a
Basketball court. Yeah, that kind of thing.
soccer dance. Yeah.
We'll look at that.
Great, yeah, thank you.
We got some guidance.
Huh?
Got some guidance, going a few
Yes,
different directions,
perfect.
but it's
Loved
guidance.
That's great.
So,
Mr. Branson.
as far,
Another question.
Go ahead. Just in terms of a couple of final comments as you're moving from draft stage to, over the next months, getting to a revised legacy plan that's on the 6-year cycle to be able to go and do that. I think it would be important that in this version of the legacy plan, we take note of what we did with the downtown sub-area plan, and that this legacy plan provides some vision and some consideration in what the future is. And while that you mentioned a downtown park, and maybe that since there's not a spot, there's, that's not going to be real vague. But what there is a spot for in that downtown plan is the linear Park Green Street loop. And I think that this plan should address how what sort of things are gonna be there and how we're gonna get started, and maybe even in the CIP, what, some phases where something might even get accomplished over the next few years, because, you know, I was thinking that after we met with legislators, and it was quite clear that $750,000 for lights on a ball field were not going to resonate well in the 28th district, that, you know, but that, you know, taking a look at something that is more engaging and some phases around looking at something in getting the Green Street Loop cited and having an identity being signed, being able to go and do that is a far less heavy lift than acquiring the land and developing a downtown park. And it could be something that could physically be an amenity in the downtown area. The other area that I just hope that the legacy plan would address, because the first one was earlier then, and it didn't particularly include, and we sometimes don't, I don't know whether we think of it as a park or not think of it a park, it doesn't make the list, but the Colonial Center Plaza. You know, it's, I think that the legacy plan is where we would want to address our plans for that in the long term, both for how it might develop, but also what might occur there. And lastly, Ponders Park is kind of listed in the plan, is supposed to be the end of one anchor of an urban linear park, okay? And make sure the plan really ought to be taking a look at how are we going to make that urban linear park exist, and really what are the limits of it that we envision, particularly as we're going into a station district sub-area plan. Does it extend all the way that way? And when we deal with the station district sub-area, it's one of those areas that shows kind of doesn't have anything. So that as we deal with that sub-area plan, you know, it would be important that we write into that sub-area plan, where is the park and open space going to be, rather than just saying you got to have something that's at least 20 feet wide whenever you build something.
So
Is there more?
That ends our presentation. We plan on being back on February 24th to take a look at the drafts.
Yeah.
Just bring me a linear park in the town center with a spray thing.
And a bathroom.
Yeah.
All right.
Nothing about a little public use.
Well, you know, when you have a spray park, you want to leverage that spray park for economic development value. The fact that it would bring people there, they would stay there for a while, and if there were restaurants, stores, and things nearby.
Entertainment like movie theaters.
You have to have a restaurant.
For business. And putting it in the middle of a regional park doesn't do that.
Yeah. All right, and we'll move on to, thank you, ladies. Review options to implement and leverage Senate House Bill 1406 funding for affordable and supportive housing. Ms. Spear. 174.
Thank you. Good evening one more time, Council. Tiffany Spear again with Community and Economic Development. So beginning on page 174 of your packet, there's a memo regarding this topic. And then following the memo, there is a PowerPoint presentation, most of which will be identical to what I'm about to walk through, but there are a few changes. And so in hard copy coming around to you is one of those things that's been changed. This is a summary table showing the various options that work under Substitute House Bill 1406 for qualifying local taxes. And you'll see in red, there were a couple of typographical errors that are corrected now. We got excited with how small these things could go, and so this gives you more significant dollars to work with. So coming back to the memo, there's just a quick background, especially for Councilmember Farmer's benefit. Last fall, there was a discussion had at the City Council regarding House Bill 1406 and the fact that this was a local revenue sharing program for cities. It does not take any additional dollars from a consumer. It is truly a credit against the state value, and then comes back to the city should it decide to enact this for up to 20 years. And the intention is to use these dollars for affordable housing. At the discussion in August, there was direction back to the department to provide some additional direction regarding how Lakewood could best leverage those dollars that could be accessed through this program. And in particular, there were several things mentioned, one of which I believe from Councilmember Boki and one from the mayor, regarding concentrating the use of the dollars on home rehabs and maintenance rather than new construction. And what you'll see at the bottom of page 174 is after the department reviewed the various steps to qualify for the $1406 and then how they can be used, coupled that with an analysis of what the city's current planning, our rental housing safety program, CDBG and home funding programs offer and can provide. The recommendation, as you see there, is to actually use these dollars from 1406 in coordination with CDBG's major home repair program, CDBG's major home repair and sewer loan program, and then the home funding housing rehabilitation loan program. The department is not recommending using any of these dollars in a way that they would be bonded. So from here, I'll just start going through the PowerPoint, but there's more detail provided in that memo, and if you have any questions, please feel free to stop me and go there.
Remind us how much annually?
I'm sorry?
How much annually would this generate? 97?
Yeah, if you look at page 176, and I'll get it up here. So the total estimated dollars is about 1.2, sorry. Is that right? The state, I guess, gets the 1 billion. And then the annual cap and estimation at the two levels that 1406 would come in at are there, either about 97.5 or 195 per year. The total at the lower rate would be 1.95 million, the other would be 3.9 million.
And did you say they don't recommend bonding these?
So the city's staff does not recommend bonding them. This is just our taking a look at what is available, what could be best use of the dollars. So again, under 1406, the point is to get money in the hands of local government to assist with maintaining, acquiring, constructing affordable housing. In addition to, let me go back one more, I'm sorry. In addition to adopting an ordinance saying we want to use this money, there also needs to be the adoption of what's called a qualifying local tax. And the qualifying local taxes I'll explain in a moment. There's 4 options that the city could consider. But if you see toward the middle there, the third bullet point, it talks about the fact that this is for area median income, 60% of the area median income for Pierce County, or roughly $40,720 for household, or $19,700 per capita. You could use at the bottom, you'll see what the dollars could be used for. Again, acquiring, rehabilitating, or constructing affordable housing, operating or maintaining new affordable housing units, and then rental assistance, which has been defined in a couple of different places now, and this is where the legislature, it's believed, is going with it: rent, security deposit, or utility payment assistance. The dollars can also be used not only independently by the jurisdiction, but through interlocal agreements. You can do this with other cities, with a county, or with a public housing authority, or multiple ones. And the ILA can be used to pool received taxes, using them for bonding, and then using them for the purpose that's identified within the ILA. So the 4 qualifying local taxes, first of all, there's a time requirement. They need to be adopted by July 31st of 2020. The resolution that was required saying that Lakewood intends to adopt this was done in a very timely fashion last fall, but there is this deadline that also is coming up for now, an ordinance that physically puts a qualifying local tax in place. One thing though, down at the bottom of this slide, you'll see in the last sentence there are only 2 elections prior to that July 31st deadline, because you do have to, out of 3 of the 4 options of how to use the dollars, does require a majority approval by a citizen vote. And there's only 2 elections before, as I said, July 31st, which are on February 11th or April 28th. So really, the adopting a qualifying local tax, that whole process has to get moved up in the calendar in order to meet the deadline, should the council want to go there and try to put something on a ballot. The one that does not require the local vote is the 0.1%, or that 4th bullet that's listed for chemical dependency or mental health treatment services or therapeutic courts. And I should back up again. I mentioned the fact that there are 2 levels of dollars that are available, this 0.073% or 0.146%. If the city were not to adopt one of those qualifying local taxes, it could collect, as it stands today, the 0.073%. If it were to take action to adopt one or more of the 4 potential local taxes, that amount of money could be doubled to the 0.146% level. So here's that table that I mentioned, and you now have in front of you in hard copy. This summarizes what those local options are, whether or not a vote is required, what is the purpose, the amount per thousand or the maximum that could be assessed, whether it's a combined levy limit, who would qualify for use of the dollars, and then how much could be generated in the city of Lakewood. All of that column, as you see, is to be determined. The staff would just need a little more time to make those calculations. But as I mentioned, 3 of the 4 do require a public vote, a 50% majority for each of them. There's an affordable housing levy, there's a sales and use tax for housing and related services. There's the option to do a property tax levy, provided it is used solely for affordable housing, and that's how it's listed and explained for the vote. And then the 4th option is that chemical dependency health tax, that 0.1%. So again, coming to the dollars, this is the amount that the city could be generating annually or over the 20-year total. And then here you just see some additional timeframes for if it is put in place, there's some delay in when they would start to be collected just based on the state's fiscal year. So if you were to take all action this spring or prior to July 31st, you would be getting dollars, I believe, starting in October or November of this year, just the way things work. So once more, the recommendation is that this actually be used in conjunction with the existing CDBG Major Home Repair Program and/or the Major Home Repair and Sewer Loan Program, and then also perhaps the Home Housing Rehabilitation Loan Program. No bonding is recommended. In conversation with the staff that administers CDBG and home, there's high demand for those home repair and rehabilitation loans. And while these 2 sources of dollars would need to be administered and tracked separately from a financial standpoint, they could be used in conjunction with each other to increase the amount of money available for those loans. So if you look at the amount of money that comes in through those various programs, in 2019, you had major home repair and sewer altogether about $563,000, and I believe Mr. Buer mentioned some of this earlier this evening. The home housing rehabilitation loan, about $310,000, and then once more you could have up to almost $100,000 or $200,000 per year coming out of 1406. And then, again, as was mentioned earlier with the Community Services Advisory Board activities, part of what the council and they do is make that decision policy, and an action is taken to decide how to allocate CDBG and home funds. And right now, there are a number of programs or agencies that receive dollars. It is within the council's prerogative to change that. If you wanted to allocate more or even all of the dollars coming from those sources to home repair or rehabilitation activities, you could do that, aside from those that cover the administrative costs and loan repayment. So for reference, some of this you saw last fall, but these are some dollars that track historically the amount of funds moving through the major home repairs and sewers, and then also the home rehabilitation funds. Long story short, very rough math. For the major home repairs, it equaled roughly $17,000 per loan, historically speaking, and for the home loans, those are up at about $45,000. But again, that's making all kinds of gross assumptions, and if we were to break it down, I'm sure it would be a little different. So the next steps for the council would be deciding whether you did want to pursue one of those voter approval options for that qualifying local tax, or if you simply wanted to move forward with one that was councilmanic or not do any of them. Then there needs to be the enabling ordinance no later than July 27th. And then there would need to be the establishing whatever system to track the in and out of the $1,406, and then how they may or may not, if the council chose not to go with the recommendation, would the money be used in conjunction with or not CDBG and home dollars. And that concludes my presentation.
So my recollection is we kind of gravitated consensus-wise to this because of the efficacy, the ability to administer it in a relatively small amount of money, and that the other option that we kind of tossed around was, unless there's some cooperative project that we thought highly of, to throw our hat in with some others. Has there been any talk of that? And then I'll give you an
I'll just point out that a cooperative project takes time.
Yeah.
And if you start going down that route, you could be holding off for a couple of years before you actually have something. The way our current programs are established with our current major loan programs, we have staff, we know how to do these, and we can move these forward very efficiently if that is how the council wants to go. But right now, I am not aware of any cooperative program. I will point out that we have had some discussions with Harborstone Credit Union a while ago about having some sort of a rehab program for single-family homes. We are going to reinstitute those conversations to see if they're interested. And there's a way of leveraging $100,000 as one of the options with some proposal that they may have. But this is moving pretty quickly. We haven't had time to really sort this out.
So, there was one particular, I guess, inquiry that kind of piqued my interest. It was the director of Pierce County's Human Services Department indicated they were exploring a project for veterans housing, said the logical place for that would be in Lakewood. So that would be the site for a county project. You think Lakewood would like to chip in the 1406 money? And my response was, staff is developing recommendations. And so I don't know if there'd been any communication on that or not. Mr. Volke.
I have heard that too. I mean, I don't know that we're speaking out of school, but there are some preliminary discussions about what the mayor talked about. This option here wouldn't preclude that. We would just stop doing this at some point in time and throw our money into and agree to throw it into bonding it or whatever they would have to do.
Yeah, the dollars would be coming on an annual basis from the state, and if the city council were to decide from one year to the next that it wanted to change direction, I think that would be within your prerogative.
And it is, I mean, the size of the project, when I have had discussions with people, the size of the project the mayor mentioned is large. It's larger than I was thinking in my little head, I was thinking, and then they said, well, no, it would be this big, and I'm with him. It would take, I mean, Mr. Buer knows this, I mean, they don't even have a location in mind, and so it could be, what, 3 years out or more, even before they do a shovel of dirt, because it would take not just the county's portion and all the other cities outside of Tacoma, I think. I don't know that Tacoma's involved. I think they're on their own. It would take everybody's agreement that their money would go to this project. It would agree to site the project, which may or may not be in Lakewood. And then it would take all sorts of other layers of money and maybe even some private development dollars. I guess it's very preliminary.
Yeah, I think you do. As Mr. Buell pointed out, you know, it could take a substantial amount of time. I would see something that would be like KWA is trying to do on Tacoma Avenue, where there's HUD money and there's just speculating. There'd be HUD money, there would be perhaps tax incentive, financing, ownership, and the like. So it would take years. Jason.
I just want to bring up a project. Lakewood Rotary is looking to raise funds for their major project, and they've gone through this process of culling projects. And one of the top 3 that's going to come before the Rotary for their major project funding is an organization called Network Tacoma. Don't let the name fool you, because they have projects and housing in Lakewood.
Yes, they do.
And apparently, one of the things that was attractive to me is they provide the kind of housing we seem to need the most, which is transitional housing for families and children that are certainly homeless. And so they've got a number of units, 15 of which are transitional housing units, the rest being long-term, low-income housing. And so they try to work people through the system so they don't just sit there forever. They have program and programming available for these folks. What Rotary is looking to do is a project where they can take a sum certain and help remodel or renovate these existing units to make them more feasible and sustain the program. That could be a great use of short-term money that's shovel-ready, and I hear that's a well-run program.
It's a well-run program. We've had experience with them in the past. They have had some projects in the city of Lakewood. Talking too about the funding, and just a couple things to point out. There is likely 2060 and 2163 funds available, but no one's making applications, and the time frame for this will take a while before it gets there together. The other thing is, we start pooling all these different funds. Each fund has a separate set of strings attached to it. And so it gets very complicated in trying to navigate these funding sources with programs. And so sometimes if you can make a simple project or something you need in your community, this might be more effective. But again, it's the council's decision.
That's one of the things that the Mayor's Roundtable may attempt to broach, a subject they attempt to broach with the legislature, which is give Pierce County, who can unite around something, a waiver on some of the various strings, loosen up 2163, for example, so that you can do something innovative with it. And so that may be an opportunity. Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Everything I've heard, I agree with. But there's also something else to unite around, and that is mental health. I live with a woman who's finishing her master's in psychology and mental health. I hear almost on a daily basis what we are lacking besides affordable housing in the United States, let alone Lakewood, Washington, is mental health services. And I look right there and I say, chemical dependency, mental health tax, no, we can do that now. And I'm going to, I don't know, I know we've got some time here. Could we see I'd almost like to see a printout of how we could use those dollars in a mental health capacity, just like I would like to see the same thing for the housing that I've heard spoken of here. I mean, I liked what the Deputy Mayor was saying about partnering with this other organization. But it seems to me locally that I've heard Pierce County Council say that, I've heard Tacoma City Council say that, besides housing, mental health. It is the 800-pound gorilla in the room that we are not yet quite addressing. And there is a positive correlation between mental health issues and homelessness, which is driving the need for transitional housing. So I would, at this point, I'm leaning toward what I'm calling the fourth option here, which is there is no vote of the people required, and we act decisively. Thank you, Mayor.
So you're proposing a local tax on top of these funds?
Yes, sir. Just, yeah, yeah, just like.
Well, we have to impose a local tax in order to get there.
It's 1% of the sales tax.
Then yes, Mr. Mayor, I would. Just like we mentioned earlier, I didn't say anything at the time when we had our presentations about the community services. And I didn't say it then, but I thought we give 1% of the city's budget is set aside for mental, or not, for community services. And we've had discussions about raising that to 1.25. And I can see, maybe I'm wrong here, but I can see some confluence here in which we can start using these dollars. But yes, I am proposing that,
So
sir.
we have councilmanic authority to raise it up to 0.1% for mental health, and that's a qualifying tax.
Correct.
And in addition, you would then receive 0.1% additional sales tax, plus the 1406 money would double.
Correct.
It's the legislators' incentive. So I think we had the base question that we have to discuss separately from tonight would be whether we're interested in the 0.1% for mental health. I don't know that there'd be a groundswell of support for anything else in those taxes going to the vote of the people. The other issue is, of course, before we do that, do we know what we're going to spend it on? I have found in the county's behavioral health initiatives, if you're not careful, the competition becomes between current providers for supplementing their budget as opposed to necessarily providing additional services. So.
And I'll make clear to my colleagues, this is not I don't see this, I see this as a win-win, either way we go, whether it's mental health or housing. Either way, we're doing something, we're moving forward on a problem that is clearly here. It's just that I wanted to bring that into the discussion for our consideration, because it is something that I see as, we do an awful lot in this city for housing. Now, obviously, we can do more. But where I sometimes feel we could step it up is on mental health issues. And so then just bring that to our consideration, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Branstetter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify to make sure I understood some things from your presentation. Without regard to any of these qualifying taxes, we are eligible for the 0.0073
Correct.
for 20 years. And in order to do that, we have to take some kind of an action by a date in July.
Correct, the end of July.
And that would, is that so that we would then receive the money beginning next year?
You would start to receive the dollars in October or November, I believe, of this year.
Beginning of the
Yeah, there would be.
federal fiscal year?
The state fiscal year is the way it's done. But by looking at the research that I did, it looks like it's a 3 or 4 month gap from when you would take action by the end of July and when the dollars would start to come.
So we essentially, it would be taxes that are being collected in July, next fiscal year, would then be, eventually be what would be rebating to us.
You would have dollars coming in the fall of 2020 that would go back from the beginning of the 2019 fiscal year to the end of June of 2020, so the 19 to 20. Those would come fall of 20, and then it would
Okay.
move on from there.
Okay, but if we don't take action by July, the way the legislation is, that we're foregoing this for 20 years.
Correct, because there's actually two things the council needs to decide. Are you going to do it at all? And if you are, there's an enacting ordinance that needs to be adopted by end of July. And secondly, are you going to go for that higher amount, which requires the qualifying local tax action?
Okay.
If we don't do it, is the county's gonna.
I see. In other words, that they would just roll our income, our sales tax revenue into their formula, and they would get the money. I understand. Well, I'm not interested in doing that. Okay, secondly, on these 4 possible taxes, the sales and use tax for housing and related services is the only one that has a minimum level of imposition.
Correct, yes.
Okay, and so, for instance, on the chemical dependency, we could do 0.05% instead of 0.1, and it would still qualify, or something.
I'm not 100% sure that that's provided in the statute as a choice. If you look at page 184 of your packet, there's this, it's titled number 3, and it talks about this. Maybe I'm just not familiar enough with financial statutes about it, but it talks about 1/10 of 1% or 0.01%, or 0.1%, excuse me, and then how that could be used. So
we do not have flexibility of the rate.
I don't read it as saying that in black and white.
Okay, because the other 2 say up to, which implies flexibility, and this was it, but okay, understood that. You had a chart that showed the historical use of funds. There were 2 side-by-side charts for the recommended housing use, and that's what we spent. Do we have any data that says, were there any of the years in that where we had a shortfall of where people wanted money but we couldn't provide it?
I would put it to you, not quite that way. I would say that we oftentimes receive more applications than we have funds.
Okay. So this, adding this, like the $97,000 a year to this thing there would fill a real place where, at least at times, we've experienced a shortfall of funds.
Yes, on average, you're going to, maybe if you were to take the $100,000, you'd see on average 6 more projects.
Okay, and I believe you answered before is when we say we're in for 20 years, whether it's for the 0.73 or the 0.146, that in each budget cycle we can, as long as we stay within the guidelines, we could change what we're using it for. We don't have to commit to what we're using it for 20 years in the original ordinance that says, send us the money.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Buer.
I just want to give the council sort of a big picture here, because January 28th, we're coming back with you with a study session item on the Community Development Block Grant Program, and we'll be talking about the consolidated plan. And as a part of the consolidated plan, you're talking about a 5-year program on how you wish to choose to use those funds. Now, you have greater bang for your buck if you decide to use those funds for specific things and keep on that path for the period of 5 years. In the past, we've used it for off-site improvement projects, roads, curbs, gutters, and sidewalks, streetlights. This time around, I suspect that the City Council may want to start using it for something different. Rehabbing housing is one option, but there are others out there. So you're having that coming forward where you're going to be asked, what is it that you would like to see in the consolidated plan? And we'll be asking for your initial thoughts on that meeting. Thereafter, come February, you get the annual housing report. And so that's going to provide some additional information on the number of housing units, where they were built, the affordability factor in Lakewood, what are houses selling for, and so forth. So that's also going to be helpful when you start analyzing this. So just keep that in mind. So as you start looking at these programs, or there's additional information coming to you, we don't have it all prepared yet, but it will help you, I think, make decisions on where you would like to go with housing if that's your priority, or if it's somewhere else.
Mr. Wolke.
A couple of clarifying questions, or at least one clarifying question on the summary of SHB Senate, whatever, Bill 1406. Ineligibility in Lakewood equates to $40,720.80 per household. how many people, and then per capita, so there's a, I guess I don't quite understand that. Is it a household of 4, a household of 3? Is it a household of 1? Or I guess if it's a household of 1, then the per capita would take the place. Is it the lower of? How does that work?
I would have to go back and double check this. All I did was take the AMI numbers and multiply them by 60% to get those dollars for Lakewood. Lakewood, I believe, has a poverty level of about 17%. And so we could go in and massage this and get you more specific numbers. Per household, I want to say is a household of 4 people, but I can verify that as well.
Okay, and then, so then at the bottom of that page, you talk about rental assistance. There's been talk, and there's at least one organization locally I've heard that actually does this as a way to prevent homelessness. That there's increasing, like, how do we make sure they don't have to go live in their car in the first place, right? When we talk about families. Did you guys look at this? I mean, it's $97,000, but it would seem, did you have any, as staff, did you look into the rental assistance side and see what the efficacy of that would be?
Not in any detail. I serve on the Continuum of Care Executive Board and Steering Committee, so some of this conversation I've had in that different venue, but you're absolutely right. Sometimes it's $1,000 is all a family needs to avoid whatever emergency starts the domino effect. So we certainly could look more into that and provide you information.
Do we do any of that currently in the 1% that you know of?
1%, I don't believe so.
Okay.
Yes, we did, at one time.
It says it doesn't increase the sales tax. Only the .0073.
Correct.
But if you got to do your.
Okay, because I know there's discussion around it. I've just never heard a real discussion about like inaction, like.
Yeah, levy would.
We paid the utility bills for these folks for 2 months until the mom could find a job, and then everything was okay. I mean, I've you know, you hear these stories of people getting evicted for, and I know that the legislature took some action to try to, but that didn't actually get dollars in their pocket. It was a legalistic formula rather than a, so, you know, maybe we should have some discussion around that.
So back what I checked while we were discussing this on the qualifying local tax with respect to the tax for housing and related services. That is the maximum of that tax is 1/10 of 1%, and 1406 requires the imposition at least at 50% of the rate. Correct. So the voters could say, we'll do 1/20th, and that would be enough to qualify. On the other hand, the 1/10 of 1% for mental health says you must adopt the 1406 says you must adopt the tax specified in that statute, and that statute specifies 1/10 of 1%. There's not an option to go lower.
Yeah.
So
it sounds like we'll be doing some additional follow-up and provide you more information. And if there's any other questions, please feel free to provide them to the city manager. We'll add on to the list.
okay. Sounds
Well,
good.
I
Mr.
think,
Brewster.
Mr. Mayor, I would just say that I am interested because of the July timeframe, and then in that July timeframe, if you back it up, should we want to deal with one of the taxes that requires an election, you know, we've got to move expeditiously. And so, I am interested in having either a study session or a retreat discussion in the near term around, because I don't want to impose a tax just to impose a tax, but around that, which of these taxes will generate money that we can use effectively, that we would have a plan for. But I would like to explore that rather than procrastinate to the point of where the only one we've got left to consider is the mental health tax because we've missed the windows for one of those that might require us to make a ballot measure.
On the other hand, I think we could spend a lot of time spinning our wheels talking about that. First, we'd have to have a majority of the council that would be willing to submit it to the voters. But more practically, the voters have just spoken in Pierce County and the city of Lakewood very definitively on how they feel about the level of taxes. And the polls have come back and said that pretty much the best one poll being the election, so pretty much disgusted with the excess spending, particularly of Sound Transit, but also at the legislature when there was a historical surplus. So for us to go back as a city and say, hey, vote another tax on yourself, we have to spend money for the election, and there's a very strong indication that, I would say the other background of that is that on Pierce Transit, which is currently a 0.6 sales tax entity and has the ability to go up to 0.9 with a vote of the people, we did some polling and it came back that that would be rejected. So,
All the way to the point.
yeah, they did it in selected areas, but would people vote to come into the district even and in some areas that track the vote on the initiative, people wouldn't even come in at the 0.6 level if you wanted to bring them in the district. Pretty, like nearly a 2-to-1 no. The irony of that being those areas didn't really have any retail and they're already paying it anyway because they're shopping somewhere else. But there's a tremendous anti-tax bias right now on the vote. So I would, however, like to see us get the adoption and legislation ordinance on track. We can always amend that if we want to change to a different program, but at least get the 97,000 on track. Ms. Farmer.
I would also, I agree, and I would love to see a little bit of the lay of the land, because we've talked about the library coming on board at some point in time. I've heard about Pierce Transit and the school district. There's always the other ones that you want to take into account if we even have the appetite to do that, so.
Paul, correct me, on the county imposing 1/10 of 1% for mental health, if a city hasn't adopted it, that would include the city, so would it not?
Correct. So Tacoma's done it, and then there's also a limitation on the size of the city which we cover, because I think it's like 50,000. So, right, is that the amount? So really only ourselves and Tacoma are the only two cities in Pierce County that could impose the 1/10 of 1% on our own. So Tacoma's is in the, I think, 6-7 million range. The county, if they did it on their own, would be 12.
There's some county council members talking about bringing back.
Yeah, and they're having, I think, some discussions. I mean, it's always out there. We would be, 10% of what we bring in now, so we're gonna be up close to 12. I don't know if we got to 12 million last year. It'd be a little over $1 million. So I don't know that, we would have some discussions around that, but.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you. More work, but good work that you brought to us. It's just, where are we here? We wind our way down here. A review of the code amendments related to structures in parks. Ms. Walker.
I usually start by saying good evening, but I'm going to say good night, and I'm going to hope that we finish before I say good morning.
Or good
Yes. Mayor Anderson, Deputy Mayor Whalen, and members of the council, Heidi Ann Wachter, and I've brought to you what's designed to lead to some options for a problem that we hope we never have. As you know, our city has been blessed by really not having anything that one could describe as a very heavy problem with unauthorized encampments. However, we're aware that some of our neighbors, and we are bounded on all sides by other jurisdictions, and every jurisdiction is governed in a way that they think is best for them. But in particular, one of our neighboring jurisdictions has found itself at the point where they are actually taking some enforcement action that's going to displace any number of folks that might need to find another place to land. And at that point, we as a neighbor may want to look at whether or not there are things we should be doing to prepare for a possible influx of people. And so what's in front of you is a small memo and a proposed ordinance. And I want to share with you that an awful lot of the time, by the time we bring you something, it's pretty well fleshed out. What this is this is the initiation of a conversation. It's the first time we've brought you a draft of anything in this regard. And so if there are questions or concerns, or if we haven't quite gotten to the heart of what you're really hoping to see, that's the point of tonight's discussion. I put in there a section about our maintenance of the 600 acres of parkland and the resources that it takes to maintain that, because in a real sense, if we were to wait and see, we would be tapping some of the resources that are currently used to keep our parks constantly in great shape and improving and adding amenities. Some of that resource would be going to dealing with another situation, and that's not necessarily something that is always appreciated when you put resources into those kinds of issues. People like seeing the parks in the condition that they're in, and they like seeing the future of our parks. So that is something to be considered with regard to whether something needs to be done at this time. The whereases were a little bit of cribbing from what Tacoma's proposed ordinance had in it, but the whereases are basically, that's your legislative intent. That's not the part that we enforce, but if we ever had to defend our ordinance, one of the things we look at are the whereas clauses, because that's what tells anyone what you were thinking and why you took the action that you took. With regard to the language specifically in the draft, we've talked about it a little bit in the legal department. This hasn't been tested on Tacoma yet. I mean, they've adopted it, but it hasn't been pushed into a courtroom. The question is, you know, what are the areas that might be susceptible? Because this is a hot button issue sometimes with groups such as the ACLU and folks who believe that we're not displacing people from our parks, we're displacing people from their homes. And that can be controversial. The word camp, because of its openness to a variety of definitions, is in the Tacoma ordinance. We've kept it in this proposed draft. It might draw some fire because a lot of times people associate camping with, that's what people might do in a park anyway. And then also the term public property as opposed to parks. And public property could mean the schools. It could mean any number of other places in the city that aren't necessarily city property. Some options there would include maybe making it city property. You could keep it at public property. I talked to the chief of police and he said if it's other public property than city property, his preference would be to leave that to those agencies and we would work with them and support whatever action they chose to take. That's basically where we're at in terms of trying to bring you something to chew on a little bit. The only other piece I would say is in the second part where we talk about who could authorize use of these spaces, is if we put public property in there, we might want to insert maybe the city engineer or someone who's responsible for those areas, because the Parks Department, they do some maintenance, But for example, in one of our chapters of the municipal code, we don't allow any objects in the rights of way, any objects, unless you have some kind of a permit. And that can be gained through the city engineer. So that might be one thing to think about. I'd be happy to hear what the council's concerns are and whether we're getting close to what the council's looking for.
Mr. Whalen?
So the whereases chat a lot about parks. And then you get to the ordinance, and as you've indicated, you talked a little bit about public property, which is a little bit of a broadening of scope.
It is broad, and we started out thinking just parks, and then we started into discussions about different types of public property and where potential issues may arise. Right. And so I probably didn't shore up the whereases as well as they could have been for the public property.
Yeah, we'll need to work on that probably. Okay. So the rubber meet the road question is, if one hypothetically wanted to avoid the erection of certain structures identified in this ordinance within the public right-of-way, which is public property, can we do that in light of the Boise decision where we don't necessarily have a facility like Tacoma does to send them?
Okay, so the basis of your question is because what got Boise in trouble was the idea that they weren't letting people sleep wherever they wanted to, and they didn't necessarily have a better alternative for people to go to. And it does beg a question for jurisdictions that don't necessarily have those kinds of resources. Boise is more of a hub. We see ourselves as a hub in any number of ways, but the real service providing hub is Tacoma, and the question has been bounced around the municipal attorney circles as to whether or not you can rely on availability of beds in other jurisdictions to go through that analysis. No one agrees on that. So it's hard to say. You could be taking a chance there. However, my
Get an interlocal agreement maybe, if there was such a facility.
Maybe something like that. And I think that Puyallup trying to do something like that with, or Fife might also be trying to do something like that, yeah.
Except theirs doesn't comply with Boise because they're sending them to faith-based facilities.
Well, and that is one of the issues that the mayor just raised, is that one of the challenges is if you're relying on faith-based service providers, that may in turn create its own challenge because you aren't supposed to be able to force somebody to adopt a faith in order to get shelter. So if it sounds like you're opening a can of worms there, you may well be. Going back though to the council member's question about objects in the right-of-way. Right now in city code, you have a section that says there are not to be objects in the right-of-way. And in fact, I poached a little section from it here. We have said no objects whatsoever in the right-of-way in Chapter 12 of our code. And the only way that you can put something in the right-of-way would be if the city engineer authorizes it. It says, Tacoma's, the city's code currently prohibits, quote, any object of any nature whatsoever in the city right-of-way. And that's LMC 1207010. So the question would be, and this is how it would boil down, is it an object or is it someone's home? And how long could it go up? I mean, there is that question of enforcement. If you leave it up for 2 weeks before you go take it down, has that created some kind of expectation on the part of the person putting their home up there?
So I did some in-depth research on Boise, and interpretations vary, but the interpretation that has no judicial precedent for it is the most liberal interpretation, which that means you have to let people camp and build tents and create structures. Boise doesn't say that. Right. Boise says you can't, basically you can't trespass people for staying on public property unless you have some place for them to go. You can't criminalize them being there. It doesn't say they get to build something. You can't arrest them. You can't criminalize being on public property on a long-term basis. And so there are reasons beyond just saying we don't want these people here, which I think can go in the whereases. It's a health and safety matter. The structures themselves enclosed, especially when they become in proximity, are something the health department should enforce, but it doesn't. Because they're disease centers. There are illegal activities. Even Tacoma's approved encampment area, the police don't go in there. But you can get a stolen bike, and you can get drugs, you can get all sorts of things there. So if you don't have walls, those areas can be observed by law enforcement, and the societal crimes that seem to go with encampments can be policed. And you're not saying you can't be there. You're saying you can't build something there. So I would like to see it. I was actually the one that asked for this, the city public in the context of city property, not school district or county or state. The state actually has, for the most part, has its rules with respect to right-of-way. You're not supposed to be in the freeway right-of-way. And I think that gives us a leg up on Boise. The sad, I guess the sad reality is that Boise can't be effectively reconsidered for 2 years because the Supreme Court took a double look at whether to grant cert. It didn't. We would have to grant cert next term and then make a decision. So even if 10 other circuits in the country found differently in the Ninth Circuit, we have to live with Boise for at least 2 years. So in the interim, I for one don't want to encourage walled campgrounds on public property. So we could beef up the whereases and tighten that up with respect to what property it applies to.
I think we have to mention public property, not just parks.
What?
I think we have to reference public property, not just parks.
No, it's city-owned property, parks, and rights-of-way, et cetera. Then we have a double whammy with respect to the rights-of-way. It says one, nothing, and the other one
Talk
says.
about health and safety.
Yeah, health and safety.
Pedestrian egress.
And Tacoma has a particular problem in that they have a lot of large medians, or areas between the sidewalk and the street, or in the middle of the street, that are public property that they don't enforce unless it's in the north end. It's true. Try to find a tent in the north end. Mr. Simpson.
Just a question. As I read here under the whereases and the now therefore, at 876.290, it says no structures in parks or on public property. Listening to you, and it seems to me that our sense is to prevent, to try to stay within some sort of legal confines. It is the construction that we don't want to see happen, correct?
No, I don't want to see.
The erecting, the construction, we don't want to see that.
Well, we don't want it to exist either.
That's right, and that's my point. If we were to say no construction of structures in parks or in public property, don't we narrow down the language to a point where we are very clear in this, that we're not criminalizing homelessness. We are, however, preventing the illegal construction of a structure in parks and public property.
Well, construction might be more limited than even erection construction.
And
I'm just asking.
It's a good question, because I think, as Deputy Mayor Whalen touched on, there's this question of when are we going to be viewed as dealing with somebody's home or their camp versus when are we dealing with structures in the parks. But what I would say is, I think by restricting it to the existence, it puts us in a situation where we will remove them if they exist. construction connotes that someone built it, and it may put us in a situation where we have to demonstrate who that was. And we don't necessarily want to create an additional burden for ourselves. And we're not necessarily looking to criminalize the construction. We're looking to enforce and remove the existing structure once it's being built.
But going
Yes.
back to something you said earlier, if we are specific about the construction, don't we therefore take away the argument that's someone's home? You said a little while ago, if it's there for 2 weeks, it could be someone's
Right.
home. But if we've already said there'll be no construction, doesn't that argument come off the table and we open up another can of worms? Is that how I'm
The
understanding this?
question would be, though, when do we catch them constructing it? An awful lot of the time, we don't see the construction. It's not there 1 minute, and the next minute we look
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it's there.
I found it here.
Unless you got the word set here, just set, it's unlawful
Yeah.
to tamper, erect, install, or set, I would say construction
Yeah,
is set.
okay.
But legitimate questions, though, particularly where there's not a recipe yet, given the position of Boise and how that case may be distinguishable from any number of approaches cities take.
So we got, it wouldn't criminalize Mitch. He's got a tarp over his head. I mean, poor guy. It's- That's another, when we talk about mental health, you gotta change the laws in the legislature so you can drag him in.
Well, I guess I'm now 2 for 2 on it. I remember a city council meeting.
If I can circle back to what Deputy Mayor just said, somebody's going to challenge. I believe that one of the goals with anything to do with this issue for any city is to not be the target. That is part of the goal.
Mr. Branstetter.
Yeah, I think that with respect to the title of the section 876-290, that maybe deleting the word no, so that the title is just structures in parks or on public property or city property, if we amend it, given that the section includes what you can't do, but also what you can, that may make for some clarity.
Quick question, Heidi, is this a WCIA defendable issue if a statute or ordinance like ours is challenged? Like a declaratory judgment action?
Typically not, and particularly not if it's in the form of injunctive relief.
Right.
Typically not. It's standard insurance stuff where we're protected for tort and that type of thing.
Okay.
So it's conceivable that if we were enforcing on the ordinance and somewhere in there was a tort claim or something of that nature, we might be able to get coverage that way and maybe sweep it all together as one action. But if it was, exactly, that could be a different story.
We're taking.
Yeah, we're taking.
Took my sleeping bag. All right, well, thank you. I think you got some guidance.
I'm bringing this back Monday unless you would rather have me bring back a different draft for you to look at, whereas take another look at it. This is your first blush at this, so I'm happy to do it either way.
Are you gonna tweak it based on what we chatted about?
Yeah.
I'm happy to do that,
Well,
so.
I think we can come up with alternate tweaks if somebody has a substantial objection. And it's relatively simple.
Yes, it is.
Problem's complex.
Not easy, but simple.
Yeah. Reports by the city manager, Mr. Caulfield.
Good evening again, Council. On Monday evening, I just wanted to point out the Business Showcase is going to be a local general contractor, DRK Development, which is based right here in town. They do single-family home, multifamily, commercial, mixed use. So that's what you can anticipate on Monday evening. Apparently, we're getting some snow flurries going on right now. So we've called in our crew, so if they're not already out there, they will be out there putting down salt as they did last night in anticipation of the morning commute. It looks like we might get a couple of inches or so over the next couple of days, but nothing too significant. Also want to welcome 2 commissioned police officers who joined our police department on Friday by successfully completing and graduating from the police academy, Officer Jasmine Wright Curley and Officer Stephen Moffett. And so they will begin their PTO training here, I think next week, as a matter of fact. So got some good news to report on the federal front. You know, I know the last couple of weeks we've had some pretty significant successes with our federal legislative agenda in the area of the North Clear Zone, and then, of course, with the Defense Community Infrastructure Program. Another key initiative has been for us to seek federal transportation funds. And for a number of years, we've been working with our delegation, specifically Representative Rick Larson, to try and create a portion of funding to be set aside from what is now called the BUILD program, previously called Tiger. And you might remember previously it was called Tiger Cub. So Mr. Larson is, now he's calling it Build Up, which stands for, so BUILD stands for Better Utilizing Investments to Leverage Development, and then the UP is for underfunded projects, but we're just gonna go with Build Up because that's a mouthful. So Mr. Larson has been working on this for a good number of years, as well as we have. And one of the issues that we had faced was, you know, what's the definition of a medium-sized city? And Mr. Larson has agreed that it's between a population of 10,000 and 75,000, so that qualifies us. And so he is proposing in his bill that $100 million be set aside from the annual build appropriation for medium-sized cities, and then we would be able to apply for funding. Of course, the funding that we would be looking to apply for would be related to the implementation of our downtown sub-area plan, the transportation improvements, because BUILD is all about economic development and jobs, and so you have to go through a fairly comprehensive benefit cost analysis to be able to first and foremost just even apply for it. But before we can get there, this legislation has to be authorized and appropriated by Congress. But we're off to a very, very good start. Again, this is just another example of a piece of legislation that it truly is a marathon, because I know I was working on this particular initiative in a previous life. So it's over 10 years. But again, some very good news there. Wanted to point out that our prolific graffiti tagger, Mr. Ramos, so he failed to show up for his work crew, of which he was sentenced to 30 days. So this morning, he was taken into custody and sentenced to 180 days in jail. And on top of that, we understand that he might have some other charges pending more serious than that. Also want to compliment one of our police officers, Zach Schuler. He was conducting his nightly security check of Kiwanis Park, including the skate park, and encountered 4 juveniles who were spraying around the park, and they were tagging. He was able to bring all 4 into custody. They admitted to the tagging. The spray paint was there, the tagging was there, and so he took them into custody, arrested them, and they are going to be charged with felony level malicious mischief as juveniles. Just wanted to confirm Saturday, March 7th still works for a goal-setting retreat? Yes, yes. All right, thank you.
For another week anyway.
Also, last week I had an opportunity to meet with the JBLM Chief of Staff, Tom Knight, to talk about a number of things. He had mentioned he knew that we had a new council member and offered to give an orientation and tour of JBLM. And so I immediately jumped all over that, and I know I sent out a note, and so have Councilmember Farmer, Councilmember Boki, and Deputy Mayor Whalen, who have signed up for that or have expressed an interest to do that if we can find the right date. Usually kind of mid-morning around 10 usually works for JBLM, just given how they operate. And, but if there's anybody else that's interested in doing that, I know Bryn Grimley, our communications manager, is interested in doing it as well. So,
I am depending on the size of the toys and how loud the bangs are.
yeah, they don't, Mayor, they don't get into that. So you got to come out to Ranger Day with me to be able to do that. So you got to come out to Ranger Day with me to be able to do that.
Whether it involves a stop at the lunch place.
Actually, they provide a great Air Force boxed lunch, Deputy Mayor. And so you get this great sandwich, ham and cheese on white bread, and you get packets of mayo and mustard. You get a red apple, you get a juice box.
Cookie?
And actually, you either get a cookie or you get a bag of chips.
No, after about 14 hours a day with nothing, that sounds pretty damn good.
So I'll work with Mr. Knight to identify a date and time here in the next month or two. Federal transportation funding through the Puget Sound Regional Council, we're getting underway on that. We're beginning to have some discussions on the upwards of 6 projects that we want to submit. So probably in the next couple of weeks, I'll be providing you some information and a briefing on that. For sure, we're going to be providing for continued construction of Steilacoom Boulevard. The next phase would be from Weller all the way down to 87, since we have the design and the right-of-way money. So that would be the next. So for sure, we're going to apply for that because they've already given us money, and we want to continue until we get all the way down to where town of Steilacoom did their project. So the state legislature convened earlier today, so they're off to a fast start. Hopefully, if you hadn't heard or if you read my email that was forwarded to us from our government relations team, so talking about Martin versus Boise, so there's a bill being proposed that would actually codify that federal court case. Cities are not happy with that. Cities are not supportive of it. Myself and the chief and the city attorney provided some feedback on that. But we'll see. We'll see what happens there. On the positive side, AWC is working on drafting the local revitalization financing renewal tool that we would need for Lakewood Landing. And so we were able to provide some feedback and input that would accommodate what we need as it relates to our specific project here in Lakewood. I want to thank AWC for that. So they expect to drop that here in the next week or two. I'll also be down in Olympia I think my first visit will be this Wednesday, but I know I'll be down there quite a bit in the next couple of weeks. One of the reasons I'll be down there is to get our legislators from the 28th and the 29th district to sign off on a letter regarding our budget proviso language for what I call the Amtrak's station study, but is really the multimodal transportation analysis that we're requesting the $250,000 for. And that letter will be sent, is directed to the chairs and ranking member of the Transportation Committee. And again, we want to get all 6 of our delegation to sign off on that. Speaking of that particular initiative, myself and members of our team had an opportunity to meet with WashDOT Rail CEO Ron Pate last week regarding the Point Defiance Bypass Rail. No update on when Amtrak is expected to resume service. However, he did communicate that the governor's office does seem supportive of our budget proviso and our request, and is understanding of what we're trying to get at here from a regional standpoint. Also, the WashDOT secretary, so that's some good news. Also, WashDOT just kicked off their public process to update their state rail plan, and so we asked for his advice. Should we submit a letter talking about this? And he said absolutely, because you don't know what's going to happen during the session, but having something in there or on record certainly helps. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Actually, we're going to take a comprehensive look at the whole proposed plan, and if there's things that we want to provide feedback above and beyond that, we're going to do that as well. And Mr. Pate certainly welcomed that we go ahead and do that. He then mentioned that the state legislature was going to consider its own rail safety bill, and we said, well, wait a minute, didn't NTSB already go through this, and Sound Transit is doing their thing, and on, and he says, yes, and he goes, but that's what I know. And then literally the day later, I got a call, and our own Representative Mari Levitt is actually introducing that bill. And so I'll be going down and testifying in favor of that. It's on Wednesday. And really my focus is going to be on, the need for at-grade separation through Lakewood and building upon the at-grade separation that we're going to get at Berkeley, North Thorn Lane, and eventually DuPont Steilacoom interchange. But also focus on Main Gate at JBLM and then the other 6 at-grade interchanges and at-grade crossings. And then also going to talk about speed. As I know I've told this body before, I've had conversations with Sound Transit about reducing the speed coming through there. And really the motivation right now is there's quite a bit of construction going on as you approach North Thorn Lane and then go all the way down to Mounts Road. And so they are considering that, and this would be just another avenue that perhaps we could get some feedback and input on that. So overall, that was a very, very positive conversation. I appreciate him taking the time to keep me updated on what's going on there. But again, no timeline as far as when Amtrak will be up and running. It's I guess it's in the hands of, it's really between WashDOT Rail, Sound Transit, and Amtrak. But since Amtrak owns the rail line, it's our understanding that it's really in their hands and some of the due diligence that they still need to do. Lastly, I wanted to either, if you have any ideas now or what the council would like to do, but in terms of your joint meeting with the Clover Park School District Board on the 3rd of February, if, what is it that you as a council want to have a discussion with them about? I have 2 items. One is the continued discussion of the joint use cooperative agreement that you initiated last year and which this body reviewed back in December. The second is something that we've done on a couple of occasions in the past. We didn't do it last year, but I think this year would be a good opportunity to do it. And that is just a comprehensive memo outlining the various partnerships that we have between the city and the school district. And we've actually expanded it to include some other things that we haven't done in the past. For example, safe routes to schools. The city has invested considerable monies in building sidewalks around our schools. Now, we haven't gone all the way back to incorporation, but we've gone back the last 5 or 6 years. Another is actually the flashing signals around the schools. The city actually owns and manages those on behalf of the school district. And actually that's going to be something that we're going to have to, a lot of those are ending their life cycle and going to have to be replaced in the next couple of years. And then another one is just all the resolutions that this body has done in support of the district's previous property tax levies and capital bonds. So those are really the 2 items I have. This is your meeting. This is your agenda. So if there are other things that you would like to see on the agenda, let me know. I'm going to be meeting with the school superintendent on January 24th as part of our monthly meeting, and so hoping to try and nail down right around that time a final draft agenda that I can bring back to you for your approval. Last year there were 7 items. One was the Lake City property plan, so the school board gave you an update on that. The city comprehensive plan, so we provided the school district an update on that, and the reason being is because they had requested comp plan amendments on several properties in the Woodbrook, which is now the Woodbrook Business Park. The school district provided an update on the Woodbrook property as well as the new middle school construction, which is already broken ground, so that's the new Claudia Thomas, Dr. Claudia Thomas middle school that is currently being under construction and will be opening here in the next year or so. They also had a CELT update and district safety, and the purpose of district safety was just some of the things that they've done to try and corral people when they come to a school in terms of ingress and egress. And then the last item was the potential joint use agreement, which of course we have moved along in the past year to come up with a draft that hopefully both legislative bodies will be able to consider and adopt here in the near future. So with that, if you have any agenda items, let me know or let the mayor know, and we can try and pull those together for you. That's what I got. That's my report, Mayor.
Questions for the city manager? Ms. Moss.
Did you say that the city's in charge of the flashing lights around the schools?
Yes.
I thought that was the schools. I didn't know that because I have been given wrong information. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. It actually varies from community to community. Varies from community to community. Yep.
We're set for Wednesday, right? Wednesday morning. Chamber breakfast.
Oh, yes, yes. If so, city clerk, yes.
How did the State of the City thing go the other day? Did you have one?
It went really well. Everybody kept confusing me with the deputy mayor, calling me Deputy Mayor Jason Whalen.
Dashing.
That's exactly what they said. They said, dash the heck out of here. So, no, actually, it went very, very well. Very appreciative. And actually, I have a note to PDF it and send it over to you. But we do change it up depending upon the audience that we go speak with as well.
The only way I can tell you guys apart is the striped socks.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's verboten. That's just, I don't know.
I'll get you,
No, don't, please, don't.
All right, council comments. I didn't know if no further questions.
Can I go to see if you have anything else for me?
What? You'll get a rebuttal. Ms. Moss.
The trampoline place? Be great.
Mr. Rensler.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at the quarterly Public Facilities District Board meeting is this Thursday, and so I'll be attending that. And as I mentioned before, trying to further the expansion of the footprint of the district such that if we do that, it'll cause elected officials no longer able to be on the board. So it's been my goal for 2 years. I'm still working on it. On this past Friday, I was able to attend the New Year's reception that was held by the commanding general at JBLM. It was a good chance to network with folks there, to include leadership of the 2-2 strikers to be able to do there. And I would, again, congratulate the fact that that was the occasion of where General Valesky to induct our mayor into this JBLM Civilian Hall of Fame.
I wish I could have gotten a picture of the expression on your face when they announced it, because he was not expecting it.
No. No, they're blindsided. Mr. Bulkey.
I went to the school board tonight, just kind of brought them up to date on various items. They were very appreciative of the support of the city council for the school levy. I got asked by Director Wagaman about road improvements. I then talked at length about the roundabout that we were put, because he specifically asked about the interlock in Washington. And I proudly told him all about it. But then I went back to my seat and looked at the 6-year plan, and I didn't find it in there. So then I talked to the city manager, and he's updated me that the plan may have changed. So I'm going to have to revise and extend my remarks with the school board to keep any shred of credibility that I might have had.
Ms. Farmer.
I don't have too much of substance, but I'm happy to report that my badge works, and so I can get in and out of City Hall. And, right,
Well,
right.
I trained her up on how to break out of the parking garage, so she wasn't the next victim. Mr. Simpson.
Oh, what the heck. Well, first of all, Mayor, congratulations. I have covered a number of those ceremonies, and that is quite an honor. Secondly, on Sunday morning, I will be with 4 Fort Lewis soldiers. We're going to be in downtown Seattle with about 500 other people. It's a 15K ruck, not very far. We should do it in about 2 hours and 45 minutes, and that's a slow pace. That's about 3.5. Yeah, I know what you're thinking.
Put some real rocks in that thing this time?
Yeah, I'm gonna have some real rocks, but it's a nice chance. It's JBLM's Red, White, and Blue organization, and the 4 of us are gonna head out about 05:30 on Sunday, be down there by 08:30, and be done by about 11. Thank you.
Mr. Whalen.
Only got about 25 things on my list. Exactly. It was a busy week last week. It's going to be a busy week this week. I had my CELT meeting with the school board representatives and other folks. And so the big event that they were planning to do in February got set aside to September, which is good because it gives us a lot more time to actually plan something that's meaningful and will actually make good sense for the district and students. So that'll be more to follow on that. And then Friday, I had the opportunity to attend with just about everyone else in Lakewood a memorial event for Ted Weir. And I have to say, it was a packed event. I think the city manager and others were there. Mr. Boki was there and others. It was just a good reflection of all the things that many volunteers in this city do for us. And the Weirs especially have done so much with Partners for Parks and various Rotary functions in our parks. I think if there's any sort of opportunity to recognize them formally, it would be a great thing to do. And speaking of sad news, as we were sitting here tonight, I learned that Denise Yoakum passed away today. Denise, as you know, is the former president of Pierce College, and she lost a long, unfortunate fight with cancer today. So if we can extend some well wishes, maybe a sympathy card to her family, that would be a good thing to do. UPS, I went to the president's reception. I think that was on Thursday. I'm starting to lose track of my days anymore, but that was another good civic leader event. I met a lot of good folks there and heard a lot of good things about things we're all doing here in Lakewood. This Friday, I volunteered to get training for the point in time volunteer thing where we're going to go out and I guess have a point in time where we meet with the homelessness folks on the street and get as accurate a count as we can. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm going to team up, I think, with Julie White, who's the current president of Pierce College. And so if we can do it in Lakewood, I hope we can. I'll let you know more about that. Thursday is PCRC. I'll be there for that. It is, yeah. I think it's this week on PCRC. If I'm mistaken, it's because of it may be, I may be wrong. I was looking at my calendar. So could be. And then the last question, I've received a couple of emails from folks about whether or not they're allowed to shoot coyotes in the city of Lakewood. I said, not such a good idea. Yeah, I get it. So I said I would follow up and see what our DNR or Department of Fish and Wildlife. Okay, so that's the best option we have is to call the governor about getting help with coyotes in Lakewood. Or Fish and Wildlife. It's Fish and Wildlife. So if we have a contact number that we have had some success in reaching, I can certainly send that on. Because people are, I mean, it's becoming more of an issue I hear from people, and I prefer they not discharge firearms. It's what we hear you say, and it's what we see people do, hear people do, Mr. City Manager.
We will give you more information, by the way, when we come back from the PCRC meeting about the annual meeting.
Yep.
All of you are welcome to attend, and I forgot where it was at this week.
Yeah, I saw it on the thing. We'll have to send it out. I know it's, I saw it, I just can't remember it.
Fish and Wildlife can help us, so if you want to trap them, if you work with Fish and Wildlife,
trap them, they take them and release them somewhere. That it? So, I'm gonna have bad attendance, I'll warn you in advance, Mr. Whalen.
Oh.
I'm on vacation the 20th and the 27th
January?
of January,
Okay.
the second half of January, I'm gone. If there's an important issue that we need to vote on, I can tap in my phone. On the 3rd, meeting with the school board day, I will be late. That is General Valesky's dinner, and I will be the representative of the city at that.
Got it.
And then on the 10th, I'll be in San Antonio on Association of Defense Communities panel on the Clear Zone. So, same kind of situation where I could tap in my phone. Today, I was at the Pierce Transit meeting. The 21st, staff will release their recommendations with respect to additional BRT planning and the like. There'll be 2 and 3 in that. Lakewood will be well served. However, I told them that, get used to my one-note drum with respect to creating a spine that Sound Transit didn't do, but that spine needs to come through Lakewood and make sure it hits Springbrook, where we have both McCord Gate and an underserved community, Woodbrook, where we have the logistics gate and an underserved community, in Tillicum, getting out to JBLM Main Gate, where we have the largest single point employer in the state. So we have a variety of JBLM gates. We have 3 underserved communities. They're all food deserts. That's where public transportation needs to go, because it's supposed to serve people who need it as a lifeline and employers. So if we're gonna plan for a 2040, look over the horizon and extend the BRT route down there. So I'll, irrespective of what staff ends up coming up with, I will push and push and push on that.
That would still be rapid transit for all those stops.
Well, it isn't that they don't have stops, it's that they have a limited number of stops and some traffic priorities. Which, where we're on transit, a week ago, I was on the PSRC Transportation, it was actually the 9th Transportation Policy Board meeting. The Policy Board is recommending to the Executive Committee to adopt an allocation formula for 2022-23 that is essentially the same as the one that's in place now, as far as division and grading and the like. And so that's going forward without a great deal of controversy. Friday, I attended the 62nd Air Wing Change of Command with a couple of you, and that New Year's reception for the held or hosted by General Valesky was on Friday night. I guess it was announced that I had been selected, but there's going to be some sort of luncheon, which includes the actual ceremony, which includes past recipients such as Bill Harrison and John Caulfield. So that's going to be first week of February or something. And the bonus prize I got for that, while I was there, somebody backed into my car, knocked out the tail lights, created minor damage, so I'm driving around.
Wow.
Did you find my taillight? Did you see my taillight there too?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So, you still want to Okay. If there's no further business, then we're adjourned.
Good. It is the third Thursday, this Thursday.
Yeah, which makes it 16.
Right.
I look too.
Yeah. Yes, sir. You didn't say anything about longbow. I'm gonna tell him the city manager said longbows are